by the following Scottish Government officials: Jenny Barrow, Director of Exchequer Strategy; Richard McCallum, Director of Public Spending; and Lucio Carroll, Director of Tax. Ellen Lever, Director for Local Government. I'd like to welcome our witnesses to the meeting. And before we move to questions from the committee, I'd like the Cabinet Secretary to make a short opening statement. Good morning, Cabinet Secretary.
Good morning, and good morning, committee members. So I welcome the opportunity to meet with you today to discuss the 26-27 budget and associated publications. And I want to thank the committee and the clerks again for the important work carried out on pre-budget scrutiny, and I welcome the opportunity to discuss the draft budget in more detail. This year, the Government published an unprecedented volume of fiscal information, including not just the draft budget, but the Scottish Spending Review, the Infrastructure Delivery Pipeline and the Draft Infrastructure Strategy, alongside more than 20 additional detailed supporting publications. On the 19th of January, we published the Strategic Integrated Impact Assessment, which brings all of the individual assessments together into a single coherent document. And this allows us to offer a clearer view of the strategic and cumulative impacts of the decisions taken in the budget. My hope is that this integrated approach will strengthen the transparency of our actions and in turn support more effective parliamentary scrutiny. This marks a clear shift in how we set out future spending plans. It's the first time since 2011 that multi-year resource and capital spending plans have been presented together alongside the budget. The aim is to give Parliament, stakeholders and the public a clearer and more stable view of the outlook for public spending. This year we've also focused on producing a coherent set of fiscal publications with clearer alignment between the budget, spending review and the long-term infrastructure planning. And I hope that this more integrated approach has assisted the committee in its scrutiny. The budget is intended to support people and families across Scotland through funding our social contract, such as continuing to provide free prescriptions for all, maintaining the abolition of peak rail fares and ensuring there's no tuition fees for Scottish students, introducing additional measures designed to help mitigate ongoing cost of living pressures, and supporting actions that encourage children's participation in sport. Turning to the other publications, the Spending Review sets out the Government's medium-term financial plans, covering both resource spending to 2029 and capital to 2030, and this provides organisations with greater certainty to plan ahead. The Infrastructure Delivery Pipeline summarises major planned infrastructure projects and highlights priority investment intended to support long-term resilience and growth, including in areas such as housing. The Draft Infrastructure Strategy sets out long-term priorities for infrastructure investment and describes how these investments support wider economic, environmental and societal objectives, aligning capital planning with the Government's broader strategic aims. These additional publications provide a better platform for the committee to scrutinise, as well as being anchored in the 4 central priorities that the Government has set out. So, obviously, eradicating child poverty, including a £49 million increase to the Tackling Child Poverty Fund, and uprating the Scottish Child Payment to £28.20, growing the economy through changes to non-domestic rates, including changes to the basic, intermediate and higher property rates, and a 15% relief over the next 3 years. We're also investing over £45 million to drive innovation, enterprise and entrepreneurship. Tackling the climate emergency through over £5 billion of climate-positive investment in 26-27, and improving our public services, investing record funding of almost £22.5 billion in health and social care, and a real terms increase in local government funding compared to 25-26. Underpinning all 4 priorities is the need for transformation. The Government has been clear that maintaining high-quality public services will require change in how services are delivered, with a focus on prevention, improved outcomes and long-term financial sustainability. Publishing portfolio efficiency and transformation plans as part of the spending review provides further information about how each area is contributing to the overall sustainability of the public finances, and we expect these plans will yield savings of £1.5 billion a year by 28-29 to reinvest into frontline services. So thanks again, Convener, for the opportunity to attend today, and I look forward to discussing the budget and associated fiscal publications in more detail and supporting the committee in its scrutiny.
Thank you very much. Actually had a couple of preliminary goes at this almost, last week, and we were also in the chamber on Wednesday. So I think we've actually talked about some of this already. In some ways, I feel like Elizabeth Taylor's 8th husband. I know what to do, I just don't know how to make it interesting. So I'm going to start with something that we didn't actually touch on last week, which is housing. So if we look at page 93 of the document, if we look at housing, the figures look very impressive. So if we look at the ABR, and I'm going to refer to ABR figures wherever possible, because I think that's the most accurate in terms of comparing like with like. And I have to say, I think we really appreciate the kind of increase in information, but we'll touch on that a wee bit more as we go along. But what we see is a quite substantial increase in terms of the total housing and building standards line of £634 to £813 million. But actually below that, if we actually look at the Affordable Housing Supply Programme details, which comprise capital, transfer of management and development funding and financial transactions, it totals some £926 million. Now altogether I work out that's like a 45% increase in housing spend next year. So I'm just wondering, is that actually the case? I'm just wondering if you can give us a wee bit more information about those numbers, because I'm just want to ensure that we're comparing like with like, because obviously we don't see that AHSP line anywhere in the columns themselves.
Yeah, I can bring colleagues in the detail, but yeah, I mean, it is a significant uplift in the Affordable Housing Supply Programme. I think, of course, that is part of the overall figure of £4.9 billion of investment over the next 4 years, because in housing particularly it was important to give certainty beyond 1 year's figure. So although you've pointed towards a significant uplift for that year, but it continues through the course of the 4 years. 4.1 billion of that is public money, 800 million is going to be private investment levered in to grow that pot in terms of the delivery of the target of 110,000 affordable homes by 2032. Richard, I don't know if you want to just, in terms of the overall, just to confirm that that is FT funding and capital funding. But sorry, just before we come in, it's just where would that 926 million compare to, for example, the 25-26 ABR figure? Because if you actually look at the fourth line down in the document, we're looking at 634.9, and then it goes to 813.8, and then what we've got is a bullet point below that. So I'm just wanting to know where, so that we know exactly where the difference is in terms of this year-on-year actual spend. Richard?
Yeah, so there's a combination of the capital resource and financial transaction lines comprise that increase to the 925.9 million in 26-27. Well, essentially, there's a greater degree of investment of financial transactions in 26-27 compared to the 25-26 figures, but just for full transparency, we'll come back to you if that's okay, Convener.
Yeah, because I don't see it in the FT's column there. It's actually got a dash as if there's zero.
So that's zero, yes, that's correct. So there's additional financial transactions being invested in the housing programme in 26-27.
So you are saying that the figure is effectively going from 634.9 to 926 million, is that correct?
Yeah, what I'll do is maybe if it's We'll just come back on the 25-26 comparator just to reflect if there are any further kind of changes as a result of the transfer of the development funding, but certainly the 926 in total is correct, and we'll just make sure you've got that clarity for the comparator.
So it looks as if the housing sector's getting a major boost, but what we know is that over the next 5 years there's going to be a real terms reduction. If we use a GDP deflator of around 5% real terms in capital. So where is that blow falling? We've actually had the infrastructure delivery pipeline. I'm not going into that in great detail because we'll take evidence on that separately, but I just wonder if you can say where there are going likely to be significant reductions in capital spend, because what we've really got is with this pipeline. I mean, we asked for this some 25 months ago, and I do feel somewhat underwhelmed by the fact that it hasn't. It talks about projects and money that's been spent, but it doesn't really give you either timelines or the resources allocated against the projects that are in Appendix A, let alone Appendix B.
Well, there is a link which then leads you to this table, which I can share with the committee if that would be helpful, that does lay out a significant level of detail. Of course, the pipeline is split into, I guess, two main areas. One, where the final business case has been approved, the funding is in place. Those where the business case is still in development, and therefore in future budgets that funding would be allocated. And then there's a third tranche of projects that are not at that stage yet.
Yeah, well, one of the projects in that's in my constituency, and it actually went forward in 2004, and it's still not actually moved to Appendix A 22 years later. You know, I mean, so how long is this going to take? I know it's a living document, but it's not very, you know, it's not very inspiring when you look at the kind of like timescales. Don't seem to. There's a manana approach. It seems to me. Where's the sense of urgency in pinning some of these things down?
Well, you'll appreciate that some of the projects, given these are these are larger projects. Obviously, they're projects, some of which are very complex, particularly in the health space. It is sometimes a very...
Some of them aren't. I mean, the one I'm talking about is not complex at all. It's a road issue, and it's been there for 22 years, and we've been told for years at the Chamber so many times. I'm fed up, raising it. But I mean, I just get the same when government processes are complete. I just think when you're producing an infrastructure delivery pipeline, it's taken 25 months since the committee first raised it. We really do need a lot more detail in the document, and not links to other stuff where we have to go searching for further information.
Well, I mean, I'll certainly make sure the committee gets this documentation, and it does lay out a significant amount of detail. As I say, what we've tried to do with the infrastructure investment pipeline against a backdrop of declining capital by 0.3%, so over the spending review, that is challenging. So what we've tried to do is to be clear about those projects that are moving forward. Clearly, we're also trying to be innovative in other funding streams to grow that envelope, because relying on CDEL alone is very restrictive given the fall-off of capital. So that's why we're looking at revenue finance, for example, in the primary care space and the college estate, to try and be able to grow that pot for the very point you're making, Convener, of the importance of infrastructure. But it is, CDEL is going to decline over the course of the spending review, and that is reflected in what can be done by when.
I think, as I said last week, I actually think that the real terms reduction is actually going to be deeper, because I don't think the GDPR deflator actually accurately reflects.
I've got sympathy for you on that point. I mean, we know that construction inflation is running higher than GDP. I think it was annual construction inflation was like 4.4% in October 2025, and that builds on all the other increases over the years, particularly the post-COVID years. So we know construction inflation is, and that impacts on bangs for bucks. So if every million invested in infrastructure, it buys less now than it did 10 years ago, significantly less. And that's just the reality that every government is facing. So that's why we're trying to grow the pot by looking at revenue finance, which is...
Yeah, and I mean, I think it's commendable that the government is increasing, for example, the funding for critical safety maintenance infrastructure and roads by 6.1% compared to the ABR, and in ferries by 18%. But if we look at transport, one of the things I've raised the last 2 years is the issue of public-private partnership infrastructure investment, and why it appears in this section of the budget every year but never anywhere else. And I was understood that that was going to be resolved one way or the other, so that we can compare portfolios with portfolios. And But I note that if we look at the outturn figure, there's something like a 42.6% increase in the spend on PPP in transport infrastructure investment. Why would that be?
Well, it must be that those projects are coming to a head in terms of the flow of those repayments. I'm assuming in terms of the roads that are, because there's still significant payments to make on like the Aberdeen peripheral route and some of the motorways.
So the payments have been stepped up is what it seems like, because I mean, if we compare to ABR, we're looking at least around about 10%. And why again is the PPP in other portfolio areas not in the budget? As we've asked for the last 2 years at least.
Yeah, so a couple of points. I suppose in transport, it's the largest area where there is that kind of PPP costs, and as the Cabinet Secretary says, you know, that it'll just be down to the profile of the revenue payments will reflect the increase that we see in the budget line. In other portfolios, certainly in health, I'm aware that there. Because the repayments are primarily done by health boards, you know, that is part of their kind of core budget. That's where you see that PPP cost. It will be part of the core budget that health boards receive. So I appreciate that means it's not on the face of the budget in the same way that it is in transport, but it probably just reflects that there's a different delivery partner, therefore it's included within the numbers for the health board, for example.
If it'd be helpful, convener, we can come back.
Yeah, I mean, I think
it's just,
I just think like it makes life easier for you if we ask a question and then we get an answer, and we don't end up having to keep asking the same questions year on year. I would have thought that it made life easier for the government. I mean, one of the things about the ABR, for example, you know, the autumn budget revision figures, I mean, I think that's been a real massive improvement in terms of the layout of the budget. But one of the frustrations was expressed clearly by our witnesses last week, including the Scottish Fiscal Commission, was that there's still £606 million that's not set against the ABR. So we're in a situation where we're comparing apples with oranges, perhaps, to some extent. And one area, I think, where there's a real concern being raised is local government funding. So, you know, the government has made it clear that one of their aims is obviously tackling cost of living crisis. Well, it's not going to be easy to tackle the cost of living crisis if people get above inflation council tax rises. And I would have thought that's almost a certainty given the settlement for local government. So I think some of the settlements in some of these areas are pretty robust, actually. You know, most of them seem to be above inflation, but local government is not in that space. I mean, what COSLA have said, and they've briefed all members of this committee, is that this is a very poor settlement which fails to address the dire financial situation of local government in Scotland. The 26-27 budget provided a small amount of additional uncommitted revenue fund of £235 million and uplift to affordable housing supply programme. So the affordable housing supply programme we've talked about is getting a major boost, but in terms of day-to-day spend, there's a real issue. And it says, in addition to the gap councils face, the £497.5 million gap in 25-26 health and social care partnerships will continue to rise as demand and complexity increases. The additional funding is only 30% of what we demanded for social care alone. So why are local government kind of the poor relations of what is in many ways a good budget?
So first of all, and I'll come on to because there's a lot of detail in this, all commentators have acknowledged there is a real terms increase. There is then a difference in terms of what that real terms increase is. And I'm very happy, convener, to set out why we are saying it's 2%. And I would draw your attention to what Spice have also said, because they've basically said, as they've done in the past, you compare budget to budget because of the in-year transfers. There's both a cash and real terms increases to the overall revenue allocation to local government. All of that is, of course, set out in the table at 4.15, where the overall settlement increases by £650.9 million, which is a cash increase of 4.3%, or 2% in real terms. And the reason it's difficult to compare to the ABR is if you look at what the in-year funding transfers were, in 25-26, we had 144 million for employers' national insurance contribution in year and 109 million in year transfer for pay. So if you compare the budget to ABR, then of course the ABR is going to be inflated because of those in-year transfers of resources. Now, there may be in-year transfers of resources for 26-27, but we don't know that yet, but there may well be. So that's why we contend that for local government, because of all of that flow of funding in year, some of which can be predicted, some of which cannot. So no one predicted the employer's national insurance contribution issue, that you're comparing budget to budget, as SPICE have said should be done, is the reason why. So those two elements, the ENICs and the pay, is important to recognise that was in your funding that flowed in 25-26. So SPICE have recognised that, and that is why my contention is that there's a 2% increase in real terms when you compare it to the 25-26 draft budget.
The Institute of Fiscal Studies has reported that the local government finance portfolio will see reductions averaging 2.1% in real terms per year over the spending review of £472 million. So how can local authorities bridge that gap? I mean, you're suggesting it doesn't exist. So does that mean that council taxes will be inflation or below, you think, in the spring?
So let me talk about the spending review, which is a separate issue from the budget-to-budget comparator. So the spending review is flat cash, and the reason for that is, well, the constraints of the spending review itself. But if you look at a comparator back to 2022, to the last spending review, when local government again had a flat cash outlook, the actual funding that was then delivered to local government bore no relation to that outlook. Yeah. So the spending review is for planning purposes, but no spending review will remain at that level in the course of history. And the UK government's spending review, given they're heading towards an election in 2029, there's no way those figures are going to hold as they are at the moment. And local government, I think, was about £3 billion higher than the last spending review outlook had, where it had flat cash. The actual reality for local government was much, much higher. So those are the assurances I gave to COSLA when I wrote to them. I set all of that out, that this was for planning purposes, but the local government budget is set budget to budget, and it has always been above the spending review outlook, and it is most likely to be again.
But it is a bit winging a prayer. I mean, would you expect councils to basically tie council taxes down to around about inflation then, council tax increases? Because clearly, I mean, they've got issues of obviously pay pressures, etc. There's also concerns about the fact that the ring fencing. You've talked about, the UK government's imposition of national insurance contributions, which is also another ongoing impact. So, on the council tax issue, what would you expect from local authorities in that, given the government's commitment to the keeping cost of living down?
Well, I would expect it to be reasonable. I'm not going to put a figure on it. I mean, of course, we have listened to COSLA. They wanted flexibility in council tax, so we've given them that. We've also increased the general revenue grant by 253 million. Now, the debate I've had with COSLA is this, that they've criticised the level of social care funding. I could have hypothecated that 253 million and said that's for social care. But then I would have been accused of ring-fencing money rather than giving them flexibility. So the 253 is in the general revenue grant. That can be used for social care or any other priorities for local government. And, of course, we're supporting social care. It's the latest figures, I think, £2.3 billion, including funding for the real living wage. The ask from COSLA of £750 million of new money for social care just didn't exist. And I was very upfront with them in discussions I had with them. That quantum is more than the entire resource consequentials for the spending review for 1 year. Yeah, so it just wasn't there. So do I accept that there is pressures within health and social care partnerships? Absolutely. And that requires us to address that and we need to work together to look at how we address that. But I can't provide money that just simply doesn't exist. So what I've provided is a fair settlement for local government, and it is a real terms increase. And commentators, there's a debate about what the level of real terms increase is, but everybody's accepted there is a real terms
there's
increase.
overall resource funding was up, I think, about 1.1% in real terms. So I take on board what you're saying. 750 would be more or less, when one looks at the scale of the budget, would be all of that. Now, colleges is an issue that's had a number of comments over the last couple of weeks. I asked a question about it to yourself in the chamber when the draft budget was announced. And if we look at page 63, you said in the statement there's a £70 million uplift, or about 10%. But if we look at net college resource, the fourth line down on page 61, it goes under the ABR from 662.1 to 721.1 million, which is £59 million. College capital expenditure goes down by £6.1 million. So I'm just wondering where I'm looking to see where the 70 million is in these figures.
So, we've accepted, as I said in the debate last week, that the way the figures have been set out perhaps is not the most helpful, and Jenny Goldruth is writing to the Education Committee this week to set out the figures in a way that is absolutely clear. But let me be absolutely clear. There is £70 million of new money for colleges, 62 million resource, 8 million capital. And I think the problem one of the problems has been that the capital has not been disaggregated in terms of infrastructure projects like Dunfermline, for example. But that is new money, and actually Colleges Scotland have welcomed the new money. It's all been confirmed. And actually, on top of that, of course, there's a further £8 million through the child poverty monies to deliver employability programmes through colleges. So actually there's £78 million of new resource that will go to colleges in 26-27, and of course through the spending review as well. That uplift has continued through the spending review period, because we've been clear with colleges, and the work is going on now to work with colleges around some of that is about stability funding, but some of it is also about transformation, and colleges are going to be setting out their plans around what that transformation looks like, and that funding will allow that period of stability, but also for them to get on with transformation in the way that they are keen to do, and we're pleased that that has been welcomed. Okay, maybe the others wish to look deeper into that. Now, one of the government's priorities is obviously to grow the economy, and yet if we look at the Enterprise Trade and Investment Spending Plans, level 3 on page 84 of the document, we see that total enterprise trade and investment spend is to go down from 419.6 to 397.7, and we see significant reductions in Scottish Enterprise and Highlands and Islands enterprise funding from the ABR, and indeed even if we look at the outcome for 24-25. So how is the government going to continue to grow the economy to the level we want if we're going to see year-on-year reductions in enterprise agency funding? And this has been going on for a considerable period of time, I believe. So, again, on enterprise funding, there are also some in-year movements on that, but also what we have done is to give them more flexibility. So the enterprise agencies have set out that Scottish Enterprise has set out a programme of transformation, and what they wanted was additional flexibility to be able to deliver that, and that has been what they have been given. I think it is a reasonable budget in the light of the constraints that we have, and they have got an ambitious programme of reform to get on and deliver.
Yeah, if we to the transparency issue, because there's a note and it says enterprise agencies receive additional funding ABR to deliver specific projects and programmes. This means that figures for the ABR 25-26 budget and 26-27 budget are not directly comparable. So how is a committee expected to scrutinise this when we're not actually getting directly comparable information?
So, I mean, I accept that some of the in-year transfers make that difficult. We've tried to be as transparent as possible, and we've tried to explain why some of that funding sits elsewhere. But we're providing over 325.5 funding for the enterprise agencies. The enterprise agencies receive additional funding from the Scottish Government at ABR and SBR, the point you're making, and I understand that, but it's to deliver specific projects and programmes, and that means that the figures for the 24-25 outturn and the 25-26 ABR and the 26-27 budget allocation it does make it difficult to compare because of those in-year transfers. So, I mean, we'll reflect that I think you started off, convener, saying progress has been made and transparency and improvement. There's always more to do, but I guess there is always that tension where portfolio holders, cabinet secretaries who hold the portfolio, may wish to make some changes to the programmes. Once that money is transferred and baselined, it's very difficult for them to do that. So.
But we're just trying to be able to have a clear picture of where budgets have gone, you know, where money's being spent, where it's not being spent, so we can actually see what's happening in the portfolio. And I mean, it also means that, you know, outside commentators who don't have the opportunity to sit here in front of you and question for 2.5 hours as we're doing this morning actually can see what's happening in reality, because we don't really have that. I mean, on this sticking with this kind of area of the economy, what's the situation in terms of the Scottish National Investment Bank? Because the government is very ambitious for the work of the investment bank, but yet again we see quite a significant decline from ABR funding 227.4 million to 190.4 million, which is, you know, doing that in my head, probably 16-17% reduction. I don't see any notes about projects or, you know, programmes, etc. So why is that having such a significant reduction? So
there's 200 million going to SNIB, and we're supporting SNIB to make I think more focused what they've described as mission assigned investments across Scotland. And the bank, as you know, has just celebrated its 5-year anniversary, and it's already managed to crowd in 1.4 billion of third-party co-investments. So it's doing well. We've also given them flexibilities, again, something that they have asked for, that we think will make a difference, and it's something that you know, as I say, we negotiated with the bank, and we have agreed with them to have those flexibilities. If it would be helpful, convener, I can write to you and let you know what that will mean for the bank in terms of the flow of their funding, but it's something, it was one of their key asks, and we have been able to provide that.
Yeah, I mean, you know, in terms of, I notice there's a 34.6 million capital allocation against the 25-26 ABR budget, but that wasn't in the 24-25 outturn or 26-27 budget. So is that like a one-off spend, or it just seems bizarre to go from 0 to 34.6 million to 0?
I'll have to come back to you on that, convener, if that's okay.
Okay, there's more on that I could go into, but I realise others are keen to come in.
Can I just say, just in terms of the flexibilities, we've agreed that each and any year SNIB will have access to up to 25 million of the Scotland Reserve to deposit funding that can be carried forward into the next financial year. So that will help with their cash flow, and that is what we've agreed to do.
Okay, well, just one last question from me before I let my colleagues in, which is on arts and culture spend. The arts and culture spend looks as if it's growing quite healthily. So, for example, in terms of Creative Scotland, if we look at the ABR budget, which was, you know, about a third up on the outturn from 24-25, it grows from 89 to 100.7 million, which is about 11.7%. But the National Performing Companies who gave evidence to this committee a couple of weeks ago actually said that they're operating with more or less the same money that they had before the financial crash in some situations. And I see again that the ABR has them at 24.6 million, and they are again going at 24.6 million. So why is it that when cultural spend seems to be growing very healthily, and I know the government's got a policy of growing it by cultural spend over £100 million over the I think 4 or 5 years, why are the national performance companies losing out?
Well, look, I did see their commentary about that, and I guess at the end of the day, it's important to get a balance of the funding that's going into the national performance companies, which, if you look at the level of funding, is quite significant. And
but it's the same as a decade or and a half ago. I mean, where else in the Scottish Government are people getting the same as they got a decade and a half ago? Tuition fee payments maybe, but apart from that, there's not really anywhere in the Scottish Government where, things have been held for so long without an increase in funding, and that means that they can't perform productions that bring money into Scotland and all the work that they do in terms of improving well-being, reaching out to schools, etc., etc.
Well, look, I think at the end, what we have provided is a significant uplift to the culture budget.
We are, but it's just not reaching them. I mean, I think if the culture budget was static, we could say, well, that's fair enough. But it just seems odd that at a time when the culture budget is growing very healthily, and I think we all appreciate that. And I think Angus has done a lot of work and good work in arguing for his sector, that the performance companies are effectively being taking real terms reductions if we look at just a flat cash allocation.
Well, I think the view, obviously, the detail of who gets what is, Cabinet Secretary for Culture and indeed Creative Scotland. But I think the view is that there is a lot of funding going directly to smaller organisations that are across the country who are struggling, and that has brought stability to arts and culture organisations across many of our constituencies across Scotland. So there is a balance there between funding for the national performance companies and local arts and culture projects that were the ones where the viability of them, I think, was under question. So, these things are always judgments, convener, but, and I know that Angus Robertson has been engaging with the national performance companies around their concerns. But I think if you speak to some of those organisations that are now getting funding and have a funding outlook across the spending review, they would tell you that that is where that was the right decision of where funding should go. There's never enough funding to keep everybody happy, but it is a balance, and I think the balance has focused on those local arts and culture projects.
Okay, thank you. We'll move on. It will be Michelle first, to be followed by Craig.
Thank you, and good morning, Cabinet Secretary.
Good morning.
I'll just pick up on a few points. First of all, following on from what the convener was saying about the NPCs, I think their concerns and sense of disappointed was greatly exaggerated by the fact that they had done what I would regard as the right thing, particularly the RSNO, in developing their economic impact report that showed the GVA contribution of them specifically over £6 return for every £1 invested, roughly equating to that of the college sector. So I suppose if the focus was on those organisations that give a tangible, specific and now measured return via bigger economics to economic growth, that to me makes the question as to why they haven't had any increase in funding since 2009 even more relevant. Now, I accept what you're saying about the creative sector has been struggling. I totally accept that. But, the RSNO and the other NPCs, but led by the RSNO in particular, did what they would regard, and I would regard, as the right thing by proving economic value in the form of GVA. And yet, Here they are, still with the same funding of 2009, and now concerns being expressed by the Chief Executive that they might need to move to a freelance model rather than jobs, which of course supports the fundamental ecosystem. So do you not think that was the right thing they did in terms of getting work done to prove their GVA and therefore economic value? And should they not be rewarded for doing the right thing?
Well, look, I think the work they've done in proving their economic value is important in itself, and I'm not disputing that for a minute. All I'm saying is that within every portfolio there are choices to be made, and demands are always larger than the funding available. And I think I'm aware that the pressure and fragility of the culture sector that this additional funding and certainty of funding has addressed has mainly been organisations that have not had that guaranteed annual funding, and they were the ones that were most at risk. And I've certainly had that in my constituency, and I'm sure many people around the table will be aware of organisations where that was the case. So I think the funding through Creative Scotland has attempted, and of course they've been through their own review about trying to make the funding more strategic and focused to bring that stability to the arts and culture organisations that many communities are very reliant upon and benefit from. So ultimately, those were the decisions that I am aware that Angus Robertson is engaging with the national performance companies, and where that ends up, we'll need to see. But it is that balance of where the funding should go.
I suppose what I'm trying to get through is, to me, there's a difference. There's clearly well-being benefits brought about within communities for a whole variety of creative organisations, and nobody's disputing that. But what I'm saying is, where you have clearly demonstrable both well-being benefits and economic benefits that have been published and that are known, they can take Scotland to the world from a brand perspective, they bring money back in, that to me surely from, if there is a kind of emphasis on providing economic growth, one of the priorities, that to me would surely lead to the fact that where that's demonstrably the case, they should at least have got some uplift rather than staying at the same flat cash from 2009. Because, in other words, what I'm saying is not every creative organisation is as good as the next one. And I'm not saying that's the only measure, because I realise they bring well-being benefit, and you don't necessarily need to answer on that specifically, but I suppose the brief question is, have you set any direction for the Cabinet Secretary for Culture to be mindful of not just well-being contribution but also economic contribution?
Well, we would expect every portfolio to be very alive to what their portfolio and the organisations within it bring to economic growth and the importance of that to everything that they do. And, as I said earlier,
that just doesn't seem to be the case here, because we had such a... I won't labour the point because I want to go on to other things, but I think it's what has been encouraged, what has been done, has not ultimately followed through. And I think that is one of the reasons why the NPCs are so disappointed, because they felt they were doing the right thing. Actually, for what it's worth, I felt they were doing the right thing. I want to move on, though, just a quick kind of point about the Scottish National Investment Bank. I think what you meant about the year-end, the flexibilities was to do with the budget and allowing them to carry over investment allocations over into the next year. And that's a good thing. And obviously having them on single-year funding was ridiculous, really, when you look at what they're trying to do. But nevertheless, I would have still, given if one of the priorities is economic growth, I would still have expected them to see an increase, arguably, because of the real economic value. And why didn't that happen? I mean, the flexibilities were eminently sensible and probably long overdue, but I would like to see more money. Why not, where we have such a clear link with things that bring economic value and therefore meet one of the missions, didn't we see them getting more money?
Well, again, you know, you'll be aware of the reliance of SNIB on FTs, and that's where we invest our FTs with primarily SNIB and the housing programme. And we have, in the light of what I said earlier around the constraints of CDEL and of FTs, which we have to make judgments about what goes where, and we have maintained the 200 million to SNIB. But as I mentioned earlier, they have been pretty successful at levering in. I think it was about 1.4 billion, the figure I used. And the flexibilities that we've given them will help with the flow. So that discussion between DFM and SNIB have come to an agreement of what they need to be able to get on and do what they are doing. So, that outcome has been arrived at through negotiation and discussion with the bank, and we'll continue to support them in doing what they're doing. So, I'm sure every organisation would like to see additional resources, but I think what we've done is to support them in being able to do more of what they're doing, and giving them that flexibility. Well, that was a key ask, basically, was flexibility.
Well, that was a good thing. But I suppose, keeping on the theme then of economic growth, you won't be surprised to hear me asking about ScotWind. And I still believe that there's something wrong, completely wrong, where ScotWind monies, a one-off payment you won't get back, as Graham Roy has commented, is being used for revenue. From a fiscal rule point of view, it's just a big no-no. And I accept what you say about fixed budget, lack of flexibility in fiscal framework and so on, but fundamentally, to use it for revenue is not a good idea, even if you ultimately manage to protect some of it, because when it's gone, and it begs the question, what happens when you don't have ScotWind money for revenue?
So I think, firstly, I thought the session with the SFC on this was interesting, because essentially what they said, and it boiled down to, is a point I think that you've made on a number of occasions, is about the lack of levers due to the fiscal framework. So the SFC was saying, well, it's actually one of the few flexible pots of funding that we have, given the constraints on borrowing and the reserve and all the rest of it. So and I think what they have said is it's not unreasonable to use that to smooth out, particularly when you look at 27-28 and the spending review going like a V, and then it improves, to use ScotWind to smooth through that year. Because if we hadn't done that, we would have had to have some major reductions to funding lines, including the main ones, which would obviously our local government, health, social security, would have had to have done that. That was the alternative in the absence of any other lever to smooth through that. What we've said, though, and I think our track record shows this, is that we've been very effective of reversing out ScotWind allocations that we have made in previous years, because we recognise the point that you make, that we don't want to utilise it for resource spending. So we've been successful of reversing that out, and that is our intention, would be to reverse as much of that as possible in 27-28 for use in future years. And, as I said in an earlier comment, the spending review outlook, which we're basing our outlook on the UK government spending review outlook, I don't believe will hold in its current form, given that we're heading towards a general election 2029. So for sure 27, 28, 28, 29 will certainly change in terms of the funding available. But that was the choice we had, was either to smooth that out through the use of Scotland or to show significant reductions, which would have to be planned for now. So,
okay. And I notice, I mean, all of this, as well as economic growth, it links to fiscal sustainability, which this committee has referenced quite a few times. So I was surprised that the government hasn't committed to responding to the Scottish Fiscal Commission's fiscal sustainability report. Why is that? Because I'm sure you also agree, and given what you're saying about the constraints of the fiscal framework, must understand the importance of fiscal sustainability. So why doesn't the government plan to respond to the Scottish Fiscal Commission?
well, I think we have responded in terms of the immediate spending review outlook, which is why the Fiscal Sustainability Delivery Plan sets out the efficiency savings, which are quite far and quite deep in terms of the reduction of corporate costs, the 0.5 reduction over the course of the year, it's about 11,500 full-time equivalent posts. It means delivering services differently. All of that is to help to make sure that we are in a position at the end of that period that has balanced the books and has made the changes that need to be made in the transformation of services, and the public sector will be smaller at the end of that due to all of those levers. In terms of the wider, longer-term outlook beyond that, I mean, there is so I'd say two things. One is the fiscal framework there has to be a fundamental review of that, and I've made that point many times. I've raised it with the Chief Secretary of the Treasury many times, that and commentators in the main are supportive of the fact that our levers are very constrained in being able to smooth out where there are rocky periods of resource funding flow. It doesn't flow evenly, but our levers are very constrained. The second thing is the demographic changes that are coming, and that will require us to go further and faster on the transformation of services, more preventive spend to prevent people ending up in hospital, that exponential growth of the over 80s. All of that has to be looked at in combination with all of our frontline public services. So the use of automation, digital, we're really at the foothills of some of that, but we need to really expand all of that. So I guess that would be my response, that we absolutely are. All of the work that's ongoing for the immediate period of time will need to be stepped up to be able to take on that demographic challenge.
I was surprised at the Invest to Save. I mean, if there's a target of £1 billion on public sector reform, I was surprised that the investment available for Invest to Save is only about 3% of that. I mean, traditionally, it's actually quite expensive to save money. It costs money to save, so it's only about 3%, which I thought was very low, and makes me question how realistic the £1 billion figure is, which I know is a separate discussion. But
well, we would expect, though, the savings that are being made to be reinvested in further savings. So we would want that to become
it's going to have to go some from 3%.
A bit of a cranking up.
£1 billion.
The 30 million and the money last year was really to oil the wheels of change, but the wheels have to then keep going within each organisation rather than
exponential increase in speed. I think from anyway, right. I'll leave it there because I appreciate everyone else in the committee wants to come in as well. Thank you, Convener. Thanks for coming.
Thank you. Craig, to be followed by Liz.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning, Mr Robinson. Just to go back to this issue about transparency and in-year transfers, the IFS say the key figures are, to use their words, buried in an annex, and this is resulting in a recipe for confusion. the Scottish Fiscal Commission has gone through the process of properly baselining all routine in-year transfers, and it describes its account, therefore, as a more accurate picture. So the convener mentioned the £606 million that hasn't been baselined in this way. Why is the Scottish Government so resistant to putting on the face of the budget the very clear picture that the SFC has now done? And aren't we just left to conclude that this is a deliberate ploy by the SNP government to artificially inflate some budgets and to hide cuts in others?
Well, no, and if you look at table, in relation to local government, if you look at table A.09, it actually lists all of the areas that are subject to in-year transfers for the very reason to be transparent, and that has been the same through the last few budgets, so that information is there. And the reason let me give you an example of why it's sometimes for portfolio and policy reasons. Once the money is baselined, ministers then have no control over changing policy. So the active travel line for local government is a good example where the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, as I understand it, has changed the policy of how the active travel funding is to be given. We can provide more detail of that. If that money had been baselined, she wouldn't have been able to do that because the money would be baselined and you lose any control over any changes in policy. So there is a balance to be struck here of, do you just put all the money out the door and then if there's a change of policy, do you have to bring the money back? And so these are judgments that are made. We have baselined a lot of money. We've done it each year. There has been certainly a direction of travel of baselining more and more funding. Ellen, can you remind me what the additional baselining is? £2.2 billion
since the Verity House agreement. It's over £2 billion.
Yeah, £2.2 billion has been baselined since Verity House. So that is a direction of travel that has essentially put that money in at the baseline of local government. But there are some areas that Cabinet Secretaries feel, well, actually there is a policy reason to hold the money because policy may change, and if you don't hold the money, you don't hold the policy.
I think the conveners want to come in.
To come in just for a wee second here, I mean, you suggested that the explanation was in table 8.09, if I heard you right. But I'm looking
sorry,
at
it's 4.15, convener.
I wonder, because there is
I'm sorry.
8.9. That's
I'm getting my
point.
yeah, table 4.15.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful.
Sorry,
Craig.
But I'm just struggling a little bit when the Scottish Fiscal Commission can basically look at pots of money and say that they are routinely transferred. That's a regular process. Why would you want to keep them in one budget portfolio only to shift them, as you have done in previous years, later in this year, unless there is just some element to try and create some confusion because of the underlying picture?
We're not trying to create any confusion, which is why table 4.15 sets everything out.
In relation to local government, for example, Minister, there is confusion now, and this confusion is causing real problems for councils across Scotland who are now being told by you, we're told in the budget that we're going to get year-on-year real terms increases, and the ones that I'm speaking to are looking at quite considerable, above inflation, council tax increases because they do not believe they're going to get the levels of funding that you say they are. That's the level of that's the impact of the confusion you're sowing.
Well, I'm not sowing any confusion. The real terms increase for 26-27, I set out very clearly to the convener earlier on, that additional funding is absolutely there. And if you compare to last year's budget to budget, then it is a 2% real terms increase in funding. The spending review that you're referring to is essentially for planning purposes, and it's flat cash because the spending review is incredibly tight. That we have at our disposal. It is not so because the spending review figures are so tight. 27-28, as I explained earlier, is particularly tight. The planning assumptions I've set out to local government are what we have available to us, but the funding position, budget to budget, is likely to be different from that because, as I pointed out to the convener, when you look back at the 2022 spending review, the outlook was flat cash then. What local government actually got was about £3 billion higher than that.
Yeah, but
so we can only plan on what is in front of us. But I expect those figures to change and change considerably.
But history doesn't always foretell the future. So you're basically saying a UK Labour government in the run-up to an election will spend more, it will find more money, and you'll benefit from that. That's a kind of wing and a prayer approach to long-term spending planning, isn't it?
No, what I've set out in the spending review is what we know. So that's what I've set out, and that's flat cash. What I'm saying is history is there's no spending review that stayed. None. Where the previous Conservative government was the same. No spending review remained as set out. It always shifts, always. So all I'm saying is on the basis of history of what has always happened in spending reviews, there will be movement on those figures for sure. But so what we've tried to do is to say on the basis of what we know for sure, this is what it looks like. But if you look at all of the spending reviews in the past, they've all moved and they've all shifted in a positive direction, and that is what I would expect to do. But for 26-27, there is a real terms increase in local government funding on the basis of the funding available to us, and I've set all of that out.
But also for 26-27, analysts are projecting that there's a significant chance that the next government might have to come forward and have some kind of emergency budget. How are you busy writing a "there is no money left" letter for your successor?
No, not at all. We have always balanced the budget. We've always managed to do that. In fact, if you want to quote, we could quote some of the credit rating agencies that have actually praised the prudent management of the finances in Scotland. So, no, I don't accept that. I think we have set out a reasonable position for local government. It is a real terms increase by any commentator's view. There is then a difference of whether you compare to the ABR or whether you compare to last year's budget. And the reason you can't compare to the ABR is, as I set out, we had the Employers' National Insurance contribution funding of £144 million, and we had pay of £109 million, which inflated the ABR position. That's why, as Spice has said, which obviously guides yourselves in terms of how to what is reasonable, Spice have said very clearly it's not reasonable to compare the budget to ABR. It's more reasonable to compare the local government budget to budget because of those in-year movements. So Spice is saying that, I agree with them.
Okay. In relation to tax, you're making virtue of saying that the majority of Scots will pay less tax in Scotland than in the rest of the UK. Has that been the case for the last 2 years? Well,
look, taxpayers earning less than around 33,500 will pay less income tax in 26-27.
And by how much, Minister?
Than if they lived elsewhere in the UK. Well, I'll come to that. You just give me a minute. Based on the SFC's estimates of median incomes published alongside the budget, more than half are set to pay less after deductions in 24-25, 25-26 and 26-27. And accounting for deductions, as I've said before, like pension contributions, is required to reflect the tax actually paid by taxpayers. In terms of your question around the level
pounds and pence annually would be a good figure to get. But how much less are they paying tax each year?
Well, So first of all, if someone is in the lower half of the so as on average, households who are in the lower half of the income distribution are around £480 better off than they would be under UK tax and social security policies. So you've got to look at it in the round. It's not just tax.
I'm just asking for a simple figure, which you must have, Minister. If 55% of Scots are going to pay less in tax than the rest of the UK, what does that equate to in pounds and pence in the course of a calendar year? It's a very simple question.
So, in terms of the tax paid, the position relative to tax paid in 25-26, someone would be £32 better off. The policy impact relative to the SFC baseline is £25 up to £40,000. Do you want to add anything to that?
No, those are the correct figures, Cabinet Secretary. Secretary, but as you said, it's the issue of seeing things in the round, so not only the tax, but on the other side of the ledger, other benefits, including social
I don't want to see things in the round. I want to see the figure by which this claim that you're trumpeting,
well, I've just told you the figures.
which in effect, if you look at the complexity of the Scottish tax system, Minister, it has been built in such a way that allows you to make that claim. It's barely worth the press release that it's written on. It's £32 a year. And when I described the budget as cynical, this is the kind of example that I was alluding to. Why was it fair in the budget for you to increase benefits in line with inflation, but not the upper rates of the tax thresholds?
Well, I'll come on to that in a second. But so on the one hand, either you are saying that there is it's really important that I prove that a majority of taxpayers pay less than they would if they lived in the rest of the UK, and then you move it on to it being a debate, but it's not that much less. Well, the point here is we're not increasing the tax burden on the lower paid, we're actually reducing it, and taken in hand with social security supports, those in the lower half of the income distribution in Scotland are about £480 better off than they would be if they lived anywhere else in the UK. And I think that is significant. It is a deliberate attempt to support those on lower incomes. In terms of your point about the higher thresholds, 3/4 of taxpayers are not affected by the freeze to the higher thresholds. We are not freezing it to the extent the UK Labour government has in terms of the term period. We're going to review it in a shorter time frame than they have set out, because we think that is right to do so. But if you were to make a shift on the higher rate threshold, I think even just about £44,000, that would cost £125 million. So if you're proposing to do that, then you have to point out where that money is to come from. So we just discussed earlier on about funding to local government, and you were pressing me about whether or not it was a real terms increase or not. If I had to find £125 million to make a marginal increase in the threshold to £44,000, then that would be £125 million less to local government or to health. So in government, these are the choices you have to make in order to reach a position that I think is fair, that people get a lot from the social contract for the taxes that they pay. They get far more in terms of those social benefits. And these are the policy choices that we've set out. It's for others to set out alternatives, but they also have to say where that money is going to come from.
And finally, just briefly, in relation to welfare expenditure, which is an area where I think savings could be made. By the end of the decade, the welfare bill will be approximately £10 billion. Given that there's a very significant amount of public money on the table, what assessment has the Scottish Government undertaken or will undertake to look at the true and overall costs of the benefits framework you put in place? What assessment are you making in relation to behavioural change, which would therefore obviously include lost tax receipts when benefits disincentivise work?
Well, we have made an investment in social security in Scotland because we believe it is the right thing to do. Incidentally, the inflation increases that you referred to were agreed unanimously in this Parliament. It might have been before you were elected, Mr Hoy, but every party signed up to those inflation increases within the legislation. In fact, I think they were actually moved by one of your former colleagues. This isn't just the SNP government that has agreed this. This was a unanimous position of the Parliament that these benefits should be uprated by inflation. So if you're now changing tack and changing your mind, the important thing is you need to say who should lose out and how that system will change. And by the way, to do that, also set out in the legislation, you would have to consult, you would have to do a full assessment. So the idea that that would be done for the 1st of April this year to save money for your tax cuts is for the birds, because it would not. It would take at least a year to go through the process of changing benefits and removing benefits from people, even though you haven't specified who would be the losers from that. So we've made the investment in social security, and incidentally, as you can see from the SFC's analysis, the proportion of the investment that we thought we were going to have to make through the MTFS has actually fallen. It's fallen for a number of reasons, which we have talked about in terms of the adult disability payment claimants, and that has actually fallen as a pressure through the course of the spending review for the reasons that have been set out. And just finally, we have the Chief Social Policy Advisor's report that I think has just been published, if I'm right in thinking, that actually talks about two main contributors to disability benefits. One is the rising ill health and the UK Government's raising of the state pension age. That is what the Chief Social Policy Advisor has said is behind the adult disability benefit increases. So, I'll make no apologies for our investment in that.
The question I did ask, Minister, was what assessment of behavioural changes the government undertaken, and I'm not hearing that you've done any. So, well,
there is no evidence that there is a cliff edge for people who are on disability benefits. Some actually are in work. You have to remember that as well. So some people are already working. So we haven't seen any evidence that shows that there is a cliff edge that prevents people going into work because they are on benefits. You'll have seen the latest figures that shows that actually the number of successful claimants through Social Security Scotland for adult disability payments are actually quite modest indeed. So I think you need to look at all of that in the round before the judgments you're coming to.
Just in respect to that final question, same theme. This weekend it was revealed that 60,000 claimants of ADP are doing so for anxiety-related conditions. Do you have a figure of how many of those 60,000 are in work and how many are not in work?
No, I'm sure I could get that for you, though, but I would hope that we would accept that mental health and the support that people require through mental health has increased. It's increased particularly in the post-COVID era, not just in Scotland, but in other jurisdictions as well. I think we absolutely need to support people, but we also need to support people to avoid folk falling out of work, and that's why it is important that people get the right support when they need it, but also where people are returning to work. We absolutely do need to support people back into work, which is why our employability programmes are being funded. The new £8 million that the colleges will be working with parents and those maybe furthest from the labour market to help them back into work. Nobody is disagreeing that work is the best way out of poverty, but for people who need support, I believe that we have a compassionate, fair system here in Scotland, and those who want to change it really need to set out who it is they're talking about who will lose the support and how you're going to do that.
Okay, thank you. Liz, to be followed by Michael.
Good morning. Cabinet Secretary, in very, very tight fiscal circumstances, which we're obviously all facing just now, do you agree that when it comes to policy choices, very difficult policy choices, that the emphasis should be on those policies which deliver the best outcomes and that there should be less emphasis on those policies which don't?
Well, in principle, it's hard to disagree with that. I guess, though, it's then about what's the evidence of the outcomes for which policy. And we have tested, just to assure you, when we are setting budgets, and indeed because we had the spending review work as well, policies have been pretty robustly scrutinised and tested, and challenge has been put into the system to every Cabinet Secretary, every portfolio around to what degree the spend is impacting on 4 key priorities of the First Minister, and that has happened through the spending review process, which I think has been quite rigorous. Then, there are always choices to be made, and there are these judgments will be made in the round about what would be the impact of removing a source of funding to a particular service or a particular social benefit. But just to assure you, these things are regularly and rigorously challenged.
Well, I'm interested in that because you'll recall that in paragraph 73 of this committee's report about the budget, we expressed our disappointment that there wasn't more detail about this very issue, particularly when it came to measuring the value of universal payments. And when the government replied to that criticism, it said, and I quote, that we are developing an approach to public value that will embed a framework for understanding spending proposals. That was the Scottish Government's response. Now, I asked Professor Graham Roy this time last week if he was aware of what that framework is, and he said, and again I quote, "I am not aware of it." So can you provide us with some detail about what that framework is?
Well, what I can tell you is that when we went through the spending review process, there was a process set out that all portfolios and cabinet secretaries had to follow in terms of the value and impact of the spend within their areas, and that so there were a key set of questions, of challenge that was followed through for every portfolio, and I engaged directly with each cabinet secretary, challenging them on that. So they had to set out on a template, essentially, of what the value of the spend that was being made within the portfolio. So that process was consistent for each area of spend across government, as you would expect.
But given Cabinet Secretary that there is concern, and this committee has expressed it not just this year but several years in the past, that transparency is absolutely critical. In times of very difficult circumstances, is it not something that the government would choose to provide more detail on than we currently have? Because the other point that the Scottish Fiscal Commission was making is that if you compare the Scottish Spending Review just now to what was produced in the 2011 Spending Review, they're making the point that we're not getting nearly enough of the budget line number 3 spending requirements. So it's very difficult for us as a committee that is supposed to be scrutinising the finances of the country to know exactly where the most productive policy engagement is, and where the government would be perfectly in order to deprioritise somewhere where that outcome is not so good. Is that not something that is fundamental to the process of budget making? Well,
I would just make the point that the level of detail we've provided is at a level significantly more detailed than the UK Spending Review, for example, which was much
I'm
less...
interested in the Scottish one. That's the point. The Fiscal Commission, and let's not forget, the Fiscal Commission's had to come up with some of its own figures in relation to what the Scottish Government has been saying, because it made the point when it was on the education budget. The Scottish Government was saying that it was a 6.6% real terms increase in the portfolio, but the Scottish Fiscal Commission said that was 0.8%. In housing, they said the Scottish Government said it was 8.9% real terms increase, but the Scottish Fiscal Commission says 3.9%.
Well, let me say a couple of things. First, on the point about the level of detail, we have, of course, provided level 4 detail for health, local government and Social Security, or level 3. So we have provided additional detail in health and local government for the reasons of the fact that those are some of the biggest spending areas. In terms of the other point you made, I mean, again, I would point out that we have tried to, well, I've tried to set out on a number of occasions during this session around why we have a different comparison on the local government budget, for example, in terms of budget to budget rather than ABR, because of that in-year movement. We've set all that out in the budget as we did last year and I think the year before in the table 4.15. So, we have tried to be as transparent as we can with the amount of material that we've published, not just in the budget, but all the associated documents as well. Is it complex? Well, yes, there's a lot of material and a lot of information there, which is, I accept that. But we have absolutely tried to set all of that out in as transparent a way as we can.
I don't doubt that, Cabinet Secretary, and it is I'm sure it's a difficult job, and particularly just now. But we've got the Scottish Fiscal Commission, who's quite clearly being very diplomatic about it, as they usually are, they are not confident that some of the statistics that have been presented to them by the Scottish Government match up with their own analysis. We've got Mary Spouge, when it came to college funding, saying that she wasn't clear at all about where the specific lines were in that portfolio. We had David Bell saying, and I quote, completely confused about how the financial sustainability delivery closes the fiscal gap. Now, is that not an embarrassment to the Scottish Government that we've got these experts in their field who do not feel that there is sufficient transparency over the Scottish budget?
Well, let me say on the college funding, I think there are reasonable points made. We've tried to respond to that. So we tried to respond to that by saying that the Cabinet Secretary for Education would set out to the Education Committee clarity around the presentation of the funding, because of the issue of the infrastructure investment all being put together and not separated out in terms of things like the Dunfermline Learning Campus, for example, which is not then giving clarity to the college funding line. So I've tried to, where there's a point that is fair, tried to respond to that. The point about the fiscal gap, I mean, when I think about what we set out in June, the Fiscal Sustainability Delivery Plan, was a lot of detail around how we were going, and that has now been built on by the work Ivan McKee has done around each portfolio with its savings plans, the efficiency plans, workforce reduction plans, set out clearly of where those reductions are going to happen, the definition of frontline, back office. There's a lot of material there that lays out the path to get to the savings that we need to make by the end of the spending review. So, now, so I'm not quite sure how much more detail could be provided in that space. On the local government issue, again, it is quite simply this, that we, as SPICE have recommended, we compare local government budget to local government budget, draft budget, because of the in-year transfers into the local government funding line. And I've talked already about the 25-26 position with two areas of funding in particular, which would distort the comparison to ABR, and that is employers' national insurance and pay. So I'm trying to be very transparent here as to why the figures are the figures, and I'm not sure how much more I could say about it.
I'm just putting it to you that, despite what you say about the ABR, etc., that our experts who are scrutinising the budget are very clearly, by all their comments, it's not just one person saying this, is our senior economic analysts are all saying the same thing, that there is confusion over where the budget spend is and therefore where the best results are in terms of how we scrutinise the budget. And let's be honest, Cabinet Secretary, in your budget speech, we had to have two corrections to that, which were welcome and that they were made quickly. But when it came to that budget speech, we had an issue about the A96 and we had an issue about the provision for school swimming. And it's just this ongoing lack of transparency that makes it not only difficult for this committee, but it makes it difficult for the public to understand where the best line of spending is going to deliver the results that are in line with what the government seeks to achieve.
Well, look, on the A96 issue, that was an omission from the infrastructure investment pipeline that should have had the A96 corridor as a third line there. That's what was signed off by ministers, incidentally, which the record will show, I am sure, because that is the fact of it. and that had been removed and it should not have been removed. And what I said in my statement was about the elements that were part of the budget and the spending review. And then in answers to questions, I made it clear about our commitment to the 96 corridor as a whole. The other issue on swimming, I got that wrong. I said it was temporary funding. It is not. And I'm sorry, after about 2 hours of questioning, occasionally might not get something entirely correct. It actually was funding that was continuing, which is a good thing. So, I'm afraid occasionally there will be errors. We've tried to correct them, and and I think every budget with all the material there will be some errors for sure, and we've tried to correct those as quickly as we can.
I would just make the point that I think overall there has been concern, never mind the measures that contained within the budget, there has been very considerable concern expressed about how the Scottish Government delivered it, but also the analysis that's come from our experts.
Well, can I just say on the experts, of course, SPICE is also an expert organisation providing support to parliamentarians. And on the local government point, they have said every year they compare budget to budget for the reason about those in-year transfers. So I'm not disputing anything anybody has said. All I'm saying is that there are good reasons why we don't compare to ABR on the local government front. I've tried to set those out as clearly as I can.
Thank you, Kinvia.
Thank you very much. Followed by John.
Thank you, Kinvia. Thanks for your answers this morning so far, Cabinet Secretary. Just to continue on this area briefly, if I can. On page 15 of the Scottish Fiscal Commission's report, they have produced a table, figure 4, which sets out their understanding of actually what has happened. I mean, why do you think they have been compelled to do that work if you think that the process... You've made a robust defence in terms of this morning to various questions about the transfers. Why do you think they've been compelled to do that work if they don't think that it's hazy at best?
Well, I mean, in our discussions with the Scottish Fiscal Commission, we've never, and again I'll bring colleagues in, at no point has there been concern raised with us that the information is hazy or not transparent. I think any information that the Fiscal Commission provide is helpful, and if they are able to provide additional clarity, then that is not a bad thing. I don't think.
Okay. Thank you for that. I mean, yeah. I would say that we have had a fair amount of evidence from the Scottish Fiscal Commission and the other experts that Liz Smith testifies that it is hazy at best. Can I ask ahead of next year's budget, would the Government agree a process with the Scottish Fiscal Commission?
Well, we have a process with the Scottish
Fiscal... on the presentation, I know you have a memorandum in terms of the way this is prepared, but in terms of presentation of transfers, will you agree a process? So we don't have to have 2 hours of questions about this issue, and we can have the transparency that the public needs. Would you agree a process?
I think you've probably heard me say at a session like this, since I've been Cabinet Secretary for Finance, that I will always look at what improvements, changes can be made in the light of recommendations. We work very, very closely with the Scottish Fiscal Commission. We will have, we will want to look at their recommendations, their reflections, and if their recommendations are to set out the in-year transfers in a different way, of course we're going to respond to that. I mean, one of the reasons we have table 4.15 is because of that very point of trying to set out clearly what those lines are. But yeah, of course.
Thank you. That'd be very useful, I think, to everybody concerned on that point. Will pay rises in Scotland be restrained to 1.1% in the coming year?
So we have, of course, focused very much on trying to get 2-year pay deals as part of the 9% pay policy successfully, actually, and what that brings a level of certainty to those providing public services, that actually there is a space now to talk to the unions and workforces around transformation rather than it only being around pay. So buying time for that work to be done is really, really important. So the 2-year pay deals are absolutely critical. What I've said is, in recognition of how tight the 9% is, that we will set out for 27-28 what the expectation would be for 27-28, recognising that it will be tight to remain within the 9% pay policy.
Okay. So the SFC don't think you will, so they've not used the pay policy within their forecasts. Is that a concern to you?
Well,
that they don't believe what the government's saying in terms of the policy it's set out?
Well, again, I'm keen to hear what the SFC have got to say about pay. I've seen their comments and reflections. What I have said is that, so there'll be a number of factors. What will potential transformation and reform mean in terms of delivering workforce reductions, because there is a very clear relationship between headcount and pay. So that will be important in terms of what organisations can deliver in terms of their efficiency savings. That will play into future pay rounds. Then what inflation is going to be at. So if it comes down to 2%, as is the desire, then clearly where we end up on pay, all of these factors will come into play in terms of those negotiations for 27-28. But we will need to have pay constraint when it comes to 27-28, given the pressures on the budget in 27-28. It will be a very tight year indeed. So we need to set expectations that are going to be reasonable in the light of pay increases so far have been, I think, fairly generous, but they've also avoided costly strike actions. So these things you have to look at in the round.
So I suppose you're asking in your answers this morning and in the Scottish Spending Review and in the budget for us to assume that you will make good on a lot of promises in here, whether it be around the workforce reduction, whether it be around the public sector productivity. This is one area that you set a policy out of 3% each year. It's quite clear that you've not managed to keep to that policy. You've also not adjusted it. So the policy stated that if it went above 3% one year, there would be a subsequent year reduction. So as an example, in terms of the ability of the government to actually control its cost base, this is a pretty clear example that you've not managed to do that. You've given reasons why that is, but you're asking this committee to put a lot of faith in your ability to control some of these costs. And we have a concrete example here, if I can, Cabinet Secretary, where you've just not managed to do it.
Well, I would say actually where we've got to on pay and the 2-year deals is actually a very good place. And compared to the alternative, which would see industrial disruption in many sectors, we've managed to avoid that through 2-year deals, which are affordable. Because they wouldn't have been agreed if they were not affordable. They're affordable, but it does require the robust work that's been done, led by Ivan McKee, to deliver on those workforce reductions. We have set out in every area what those workforce reductions will be, and Cabinet Secretaries and those organisations, whether it's health boards, whether it's other frontline services, will require to deliver those and will be tracked in doing so. So this isn't a wing and a prayer. There will be tracking and requirement, accountability, transparency to deliver all of that. And then the final piece of the pay policy will be to revisit in 27-28 of, well, what is the art of the possible in terms of the budgetary constraint, where inflation is and what those efficiencies have delivered by 27-28. And the relationship between headcount and pay is absolutely interlinked there. Okay. So, is it perfect? No, but I think where we've got to in avoiding, you know as well as I do, the cost of industrial action is absolutely not just for the pounds and pence cost of it, but the disruption and impact on public services, and we've managed to avoid that.
Okay, so in June of 2025, the Minister McKee set out a £1 billion target, I think it was, and now that target has increased to 1.5 billion in the budget, and that's based on assumptions that our independent commentators are calling heroic, in their words. If we look at the last, for instance, on headcount, the last published figures show that public sector headcount increased by 6% in the last quarter that the figures are available for. Again, your track record suggests that you're not delivering on the process you've got in place, why do you think this committee should believe that you're able to deliver on the one that's ahead of us?
Well, first of all, I don't accept that characterisation. I think the work that has gone on in very detailed, a very detailed level to deliver, I think, reasonable workforce reductions will now have to be delivered, and essentially they are baked into the assumptions that are being made around the funding. So they have to be delivered. This isn't a nice to do. They have to be delivered. And in terms of the story...
But Minister, to be fair, you have been saying, the government has been saying a version of that for years, back to the resource spending review commissioned by your predecessor, talking about restraint in these areas. But the figures published, the last published figures, show a 6% increase.
Well, I'll come on to the latest figures in terms of workforce. But if you look at what we've done to date, we're not just starting from a standing position. We actually have delivered savings in the past. So whether it's on workforce, whether it's on the single Scottish estate, we expect to save about £280 million from the previous work done over the 2-year period. It's 24-25, and the final figures actually show the programme that was previously delivered saved more than that, saved over £320 million over a 2-year period to the end of 24-25. So we have saved money. We've actually done that, and that can be demonstrated. In terms of the workforce figures, we have seen a massive reduction on contingent workforce of those who are contractors and in temporary positions, and we have seen core civil service reductions as well. So I can give you
public corporation numbers rose by 5.8%. And the last your own figures published for the third quarter of 2025.
So the directly employed workforce is now reducing and decreasing by 1.6% over the 12 months to September 2025. That's the largest reduction in the directly employed workforce in a 12-month period since 2012. So there is a reduction. We need to go further, absolutely. And the definition of frontline and back office is something that is important. We've been discussing that with the trade unions. We have a board that is responsible for the delivery of all of this, and we've been working with the trade unions to make sure that they have a voice around that table. So, we could not be more serious around the need for us to change the way the public landscape looks, the way it's delivered. We need corporate services to be reducing. My budget is reducing because of the reduction in corporate services, a reduction in total operating costs. All of that is set out very clearly in the budget. So is it ambitious? Yes, it is. Is it deliverable? Absolutely. And yes, it needs to be and will be delivered.
Okay.
Because
on a point of detail then, you're saying in the spending review in finance and local government, there's a target of £193.4 million for savings and efficiencies. 128 million of that is under the heading Other Efficiencies and Reform. That's no level of detail for us to be able to look at and scrutinise whether that's serious or deliverable, is it?
Well, Ivan McKee, in all of the documentation he's set out in the public service reform work that he has done, has gone into a huge amount of detail for each portfolio area. They've had to do their returns on the level of workforce reductions for each public body. So each public body has a target for reduction in headcount, and that can be tracked. So all of that material can be provided, and happy to provide it, Convener, if that's helpful.
I think that would be useful. And you mentioned in previous answers as well that there were pro formas being prepared by Cabinet Secretaries. Can you provide those to the committee as well?
Well, I'll provide the questions and the framework of the discussions. I can provide that. I'm not going to provide necessarily the detailed discussions in terms of the information, because these would have been meetings that I had with colleagues around what the options were. I can provide, though, what questions...
You don't think we should see the options that were considered?
Well, that would all be part of the ministerial business of things that we discounted, things that we decided to do. So I'll provide the information of what areas were discussed, what the kind of format was that portfolios were required to look at, what the questions were that we provided to them. I can provide all of that if that would be helpful.
I noticed in recent days there's to be a new public body established around housing by the Scottish Government. Are you removing another public body as a result of that?
Well, work is going on around what a rationalisation and changes across the landscape will look like. I'm sure as part of the election campaign and manifestos, each party will set out what it sees as being its view of what the public sector, what the public body landscape should look like. I actually think the housing public body will provide a very, very important function.
I'm sure it will, Minister, but we had a commitment previously about a
absolutely.
one in, one out. So we're not going to see a one out before the election.
We are absolutely committed to reducing the public sector landscape.
Just no plans.
And we will set all of that out, as I'm sure your party will.
Yes,
Mr.
I'm sure
Mara.
they will. On the last area then, in your budget statement, you talked about college capital and a commitment. You mentioned the project that's been planned in Dundee and Angus College, but so it's not in delivery. It's not in the mysterious area of development, and frankly, it looks like it's in the deep, long grass of the future. Would you admit that despite highlighting the importance of that project, there is no money in the budget for it at all?
I had a very, very good meeting with the college principal last week where we were talking about the work that is going on around what is a very ambitious project and how the Scottish Funding Council are now gearing up and working with the college as one of the first out of the box, if you like, to use a new funding mechanism which will be revenue finance based. The Scottish Funding Council are working on the detail of that with the college. The college principal is now sitting on that funding group. They've been given to autumn to come up with the actual mechanism and the vehicle for delivery of this revenue finance infrastructure plan that will start with, like the two colleges prioritised would be Dundee and Angus, but also Forth Valley. And then that vehicle can be used for further investment in the college estate. And the key here will be private sector investment through revenue finance, and that detailed work is ongoing. I guess my reflection back to yourself, Mr Mara, is how casting doubt on a project and describing it as being kicked into the long grass is going to be in any way helpful of building confidence in the private sector, who will be required to come to the table to provide the finance. I don't think that's been received very well,
to be fair, Cabinet
by
Secretary,
the college and those who work in the college. I think it's really important to build confidence in a very ambitious project which the Scottish Funding Council are prioritising. Lots of detailed discussions going on, and I'm sure if you want to ask the college, they'll be able to tell you about those detailed discussions that are now going on.
And that, obviously I speak to the college on a regular basis.
Well, and I'm sure you'll be aware of that.
Well, indeed. So delivery, it was your plan that didn't put it in delivery, didn't put it in development and put it in future. You would recognise that the Kingsway campus has to be closed within 2 years because of RAC. That is the lifespan that they have against it. Do you think that this plan, where you have placed it in amorphous future, that money will be flowing to make sure that we can build a new campus within 2 years? Okay,
I think you perhaps need to speak to the college, because you're now misunderstanding the various phases of the project. So the first phase is actually a shift out of the RAC building to Gardyne campus. That is the first phase. And that will look at the use of resources that the college have been able to identify that are existing, plus resources through negotiation with the Scottish Funding Council that is ongoing about that first phase. The Wellgate Centre regeneration project is the phase after that, which is where the revenue finance vehicle is going to come into play.
Yeah.
So we're talking about two different things.
So
here.
I don't think we are.
No, we are talking about. I can assure you, we're talking about two different things.
I'm not sure you know what's in my mind as I'm talking to it, so I can explain it to you. That this part of the process, partly funded by the UK government, by the upgrade to Gardyne campus, is contingent on a broader plan to deliver the whole plan. So what I'm asking you is, what point will we have clarity as to whether that money will flow to allow the whole plan to proceed?
So the first bit of the plan is using some of that money.
It's contingent on the
Tay-City's
decision, Cabinet Secretary.
I'm well aware of the detail, Mr Mara. You don't need to tell me. I'm well aware of the detail. So it will involve those sources of funding, the Tay-City's funding, but that has to be matched, and that's why they're in discussion with the Scottish Funding Council about that first phase. That first phase move to Gardyne. In addition to that, and separate to that, is the infrastructure project around the Wellgate, which is a far bigger, more expensive project. And that is the bit where the revenue finance vehicle needs to be established. The timeframe they've been given is by the autumn in order to make sure that that work can then go ahead in terms of the vehicle to deliver and get the private finance on board. But that is more technical, as you'll appreciate, because it's a vehicle, a special purpose vehicle that will have to be established with all of the requirements that will go with that. So the first phase of that will be is in discussion with the Scottish Funding Council. They're well aware of the timeframes around RAC, well aware of the detail, just to give you that assurance.
Mr Mason, to be followed by Patrick.
Thanks very much, Convener. As we talk about planning ahead, and it's good news, I think, that the 27-28 reconciliation, which was thought to be maybe 851 million, is now down to 310, and that's compared to what we thought last June. And it just strikes me that when you've got such large swings in forecasts, it's almost impossible to plan several years ahead. We're so dependent on Westminster and what happens there. Do you think we can plan ahead?
So I think I was quite struck by the session you had, with the Scottish Funding Council. I'm now obsessed with Scottish Funding Council. With the Scottish Fiscal Commission, they, I think, laid out very well in relation to the use of ScotWind funding, for example, the very severe limitations and levers that we have that don't enable us to smooth out the peaks and troughs of funding, because we are, as things stand at the moment, reliant on the peaks and troughs of the UK spending review. So 27-28 is a trough and is very challenging, and we don't have the levers to be able to smooth that other than being able to deploy ScotWind. Without that, we'd be looking at resource reductions to be able to plan. So your point about negative reconciliations, I mean, yes, we can borrow to cover them as long as they're within a certain limit, but that is, it is not unwelcome in terms of some of the modifications we had around the edges of some of that in the previous fiscal framework review, but it was so limited in nature. So, like other devolved administrations, the Welsh are saying exactly the same. We need to have more flexibility, additional levers, be able to borrow, to smooth out in a way that we're very limited at the moment. And that is why I've been trying to get the Chief Secretary to the Treasury onto a page where we agree a more ambitious review that we can work out the terms of and all of that. But I think the time is right, because what we know now for many years of limitations, we know what the issues are, and I think the time is absolutely right for a more ambitious review.
Okay. I mean, one of the points, I think it was Professor Heald last week raised, was that the fact that, especially with like social security spend, which is demand-led, the UK has two separate kind of headings, the DEL and the AME, the annual managed expenditure, and they've got more flexibility at the UK level for if social security is a bit higher than they were expecting. Now we don't. That's purely within the effectively DEL. Is that something you think that you would speak to the Treasury about?
Yeah, I mean, potentially. I mean, it's such a good point on police and fire pensions, for example. We've finally managed to get agreement to move funding into AMI, which helps to reduce because we were carrying all the volatility and all the risk. So we've been able to shift that into AMI, which gives us no fiscal benefit apart from future-proofing against risk. But it's a good thing, and we've moved forward with that. But I think your point is well made. I mean, traditionally, although there's been constraints put on this, the UK government departments essentially relied on reserve claims. Now there's been some pretty rigid restrictions put on with the new UK Labour government, and I understand why, because we had the chaos of the previous UK Tory government around budgets being underfunded and relying entirely on reserve claims, and that's why we ended up in the position we did previously with emergency budgets, because you were finding out late in the day the funding that you had. So those have been welcome changes, but it doesn't get away from the fundamental point that where you have a spending review outlook, and it's a really good example of those peaks and troughs, 27-28 being particularly difficult. The only lever we've been able to deploy is the one we've created ourselves, and that is the Scotland Fund.
Yep, thanks. Now, social security has been mentioned, and it's been a bit of a challenge, but we understand that the gap now between what we're paying and what the UK is paying is actually narrowing. Rather than widening as it had been, and I think people were maybe a little bit surprised about that. And the suggestion was that we are now paying fewer of the applications, that fewer applications are now accepted. Can you say anything on that?
Yeah, I think Social Security Scotland have been doing some analysis of that, and it may be that initially a lot of the cases that were transferred. There were existing cases. And we're now maybe getting into a different phase of ADP applications. So I know they've been looking at the reasons for that, and the chief social work advisor, their report has just come out, or is coming out, which I think again attempts to shed some light on some of this. So I do think overall, you look at when you compare to MTFS and where we are now with the prediction of social security spend out to 2029-30, it is quite significantly down. Now, some of that is because of UK government changes around the benefits decisions and two-child cap and all of that. But it does help with the point we were discussing earlier on around fiscal sustainability. That is a few hundred million out of that has been removed, makes the path that bit easier, and that is, I think, to be welcomed.
So do you think some of the forecasts about we couldn't afford social security has been a bit alarmist?
Well, I mean, we've debated that here numerous times about, we are really clear. We think the investment in social security is a good investment for our country, for our people, for the economy, because people they tend to spend our money locally. We've talked about that before as well. I'm just making the point that, the position from MTFS has narrowed. Some of that is primarily down to UK government decisions, but there are also some interesting kind of information emerging around applications, and that probably, I'm sure Social Security Scotland will be looking at that in some detail as to why there has been a fall in successful applications. But
okay.
As I said earlier, my thoughts on that will be that the transfer over would have been the cases where there was going to be very little change to entitlement, and then new cases coming in may well be different. But I'm sure Social Security Scotland could provide further additional information there.
Okay, thanks for that. Another thing I think Professor Heald said was that as we've taken on gradually more devolution of taxes especially, it does increase the risk that we face. And I mean, broadly speaking, I'm in favour of us controlling more of the taxes. Yep. But I'm sure you recognise that. Do you think the Treasury recognises that Scotland's taking on more risk, and that would be another reason for looking at the fiscal framework?
Yeah, I mean, potentially. I mean, it's interesting, and again, it could provide information to the committee on this. The devolved administrations undertook some analysis ourselves around the Treasury assumptions that they make around our the risk of exposure in terms of borrowing, for example. And Treasury assumptions were always at the maximum end of decisions you would never make in terms of risk and volatility. But they had assumed that in terms of, well, you can't have these additional flexibilities and powers because it will affect UK government borrowing. It will come on, it will essentially distort or put additional risk into their plans and planning. But actually, we then had a very interesting debate with Treasury around, well, your assumptions are at the kind of worst case end. No government's going to do something at that level of risk. So actually, they were assuming this, but actually what the devolved administrations are saying, well, we would be about here. So, there is much less risk involved than Treasury had been assuming. Now, we thought that might be an end to those additional flexibilities, particularly at end of year. But we have so far not managed to persuade them. I don't know, Jenny, you've been closer to the detail on this. Do you want to?
Thanks, Cabinet Secretary. I think I'd say over the last year or so, there's been quite a concerted effort across the devolved administrations to engage on fiscal flexibilities, because it is a shared issue across the different administrations. And there has been, as the Cabinet Secretary said, quite a lot of work done on that. The Treasury position just now is that the Chief Secretary is not willing to have that conversation outside of the context of an overall review of the fiscal framework. So our expectation as at now is that no decisions will be taken on additional fiscal flexibilities until we're in that fuller review of the fiscal framework. And the agreement is that the broad scope of that will be agreed before the Scottish election in May, and then that work will be carried forward thereafter. The idea is that the intention is that the review is concluded in 2028. So that's obviously quite a long timescale. I think that a lot of the areas were actually rehearsed last week with the experts who you spoke with. But one of the main contenders is the scale of the reserve. And I think that came through in your letter to government around the scope of the review. Both borrowing, the sort of the cap on borrowing, the annual cap on borrowing, and the size of the reserve are the two things that really bring the constraint around government being able to pass money through from one year to the other, for example. Or to go back to your example around social security spending in year, the government does have the ability to borrow to offset any in-year change to the net position on social security. So that is a helpful flexibility to have to manage the in-year position. But there is an annual cap on borrowing. So in the event that was already being used to offset a negative reconciliation, for example, in the example where the reconciliation were going to be at 851, we know that had changed. But if that had continued, we would have been using the whole of the resource borrowing in that year, and then we wouldn't have been able to draw on that additional borrowing to manage the social security spending in the year. So that's an example of the cap on annual borrowing being a constraint. Okay. And to say the other one is the passing through the reserve. Right. Thanks.
Okay, that's helpful. Now, one thing the UK has said is they're only going to have one fiscal event a year. Do you believe them?
Well, I mean, in the light of the kind of chaos that ensued with the last budget, I'm not sure. I do. I think it's difficult to assume that in the light of what we all kind of witnessed. So I'm not sure.
Okay, right. And just one or two specifics. The two extra bans on council tax, which I think will only come from some local authorities, how is that money being spread around?
So essentially, ultimately, that is going to be something that COSLA will need to decide upon. So there is the option, obviously, for COSLA to decide on a distribution formula, which means that rather than just the authorities that make the most money, to be blunt, from those two additional bans, keep the money and no one else gets, which would be, so you could see how that would benefit some local authorities more than others. There is the alternative for COSLA and local government to agree a distribution formula around that, but that isn't for me to dictate. That would be for them to decide among themselves. And you know, that won't be without its difficulties. The one principle, though, is that unlike the UK government, who took the money into the centre, we have agreed the principle that the money will be retained by local government, but it's then how it's retained by local government that is the issue. I mean, it won't take effect before the 1st of April 2028, so there is, you know, scope and time for local government to discuss and agree these matters, and you know, we'll have to see how that develops.
On the air departure tax, which has been a long-standing issue, have we got the Highlands and Islands exemption sorted now? Because I thought that was a sticking point.
So, so we have proceeded very, very carefully on this, and we are in discussion with the UK government around this. What I can guarantee is that we will maintain a Highlands and Islands exemption, but it's only possible through having devolved powers over ADT. So the UK government advised that we can't simply pour over the existing ABD exemption into the ADT regime without undertaking a full subsidy control assessment. And the issue then is that, exempting international flights from Highlands and Islands airports, could raise competition issues due to subsidised international flights. So what we've done, therefore, is developed a revised Highlands and Islands exemption that will protect Highlands and Islands aviation connectivity, and it will comply with the UK government's subsidy control regime. And we have written out to local authorities that are impacted, and we're going to launch a consultation on the new exemption this week, indeed. And will undertake a programme of engagement with the aviation industry and regional stakeholders, particularly those local authorities, around what we are proposing. So we want to hear what they are saying on this. Okay.
And linked to that, the proposal to have a tax on private jets. I mean, is there a danger that they just all head off somewhere else instead of coming to Prestwick? Because I think Prestwick makes quite a lot of money out of selling them petrol or whatever they put in their planes.
So, obviously, this is something the UK government is looking at as well. And again, we would be wanting to do this within ADT from 28-29, so there's time to look at the detail. But we do, I think, the rate of the private jet supplement in 28-29 would be set out alongside the broader ADT rates and bans at the 27-28 budget. I think it is fair that that there's a contribution to what are kind of greater carbon emissions per passenger than commercial flights, and that there is that folk pay that additional supplement for the right of being able to use Scottish airports. We're also seeking engagement with the UK government to seek further devolution to allow private jet ghost flights to be addressed. So those are those that don't have any passengers. So, I think we're similar to the UK government. I think we believe that, there are those with who are operating and owning private jets are able to make that additional contribution.
I don't disagree with any of that. And my final point would just be on preventative spending. I saw there was we've asked about could preventative spending be separately identified, and there's some kind of tagging exercise going to be going on with maybe a report in the summer.
Richard, do you want to come in on this?
Yeah, so I think as part of the overall PSR strategy, I think one of the key pillars of the PSR work is around prevention, and one of the particular focuses is to do budget tagging. So that is work that we're doing across all level fours of the Scottish Government budget. We're also working with some colleagues in local government as well, and in health and social care. So some NHS boards are also involved in that work as well. So we'd like to be in a position, I think, come the 27-28 budget to be able to actually kind of, as you say, looking for a report in the summer to see what that identifies in terms of the tagging. It will obviously be helpful in some of the decision making as well. It will help inform some of that.
So is this on top of what the analysis we already have? It's not instead of anything we've got already?
No, this would be an addition, yeah. It would be a full tagging exercise beyond that. Yeah.
That's great.
Thank you.
Thanks, John. Patrick.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning. 2 hours in, I'm inevitably going to be covering some ground that colleagues have already raised. Several members have talked about local government, and I'm going to have another stab at it. Scottish Government claims of 2% increase in real terms. Local government claims that it's significantly lower than that. This is all very familiar, isn't it? Pretty much every year, in good times or bad, there's a difference of interpretation, a difference of perfectly valid and legitimate interpretation between central and local government about whether the settlement is generous, whether it could be better, whether it's something that should be challenged. Can I have a conversation that moves beyond that kind of fairly familiar debate about whether it's generous or not, and there's inevitably going to be a difference of views, and focus more about the consequences, the adequacy to meet the need that exists at local government level? I think most of us are very aware that Scottish Government finances have been under significant pressure for a very long time now. Do you accept that whether you've done as much as you can or not, local government finances are now under severe pressure?
Well, I would accept that all parts of the public sector, because of all the things we talked about previously around pressures, demographics, all of the, we've talked about pay, all of that requires our public services to transform the way they do things in order to be able to meet those challenges. Local government is no exception to that. Now, one of the reasons that I have protected the General Revenue Grant and the 253 is because local government will say that, well, in order to transform and do things differently, they need maximum flexibility rather than ring fencing funds. And we have baselined a lot of funding to remove ring fencing, and we've put that money into general revenue to give maximum flexibility. But we do have to have conversations, and some parts of local government are already having these conversations around shared services. So we're looking at that across the public sector, around corporate services, sharing services, removal of boundaries. We talked about earlier on about public bodies, and there will be less of them and they will look different. Local government also needs to look at how it delivers its services. So the 3 Ayrshire councils at the moment are at advanced discussions around how they can move into more shared services, particularly with some of the back office functions. I'm hopeful that other local authorities will likewise look at how they can work beyond the boundaries of their constituent parts. And we need to look at digital rollout in local government. Again, some local authorities are quite far down the road around automation, around the way the public access services, but others not so much. So,
Can I suggest to you that the situation goes significantly beyond what you're describing there? There are always ways that parts of the public sector can improve what they do, whether that's administrative, technological, or anything else. A bit like preventative spending, you have to spend a bit of money up front to make some of those changes. You don't simply spend less money by doing things differently. Quite often you spend more in the short term by bringing those changes about. But the situation that councils are facing now, surely, maybe you can tell me whether you have had warnings, either from COSLA or from anybody else, that the situation councils are facing now is that some of their core statutory duties are at fundamental risk.
Well, look, we have, and I'll bring Ellen in, we have regular discussions with COSLA, but also with individual local authorities.
Yes.
So, there are, we, for a number of years now, have, been, making sure we've got a really clear picture of if there are individual local authorities that are perhaps in a more difficult situation than others. So we have some local authorities that are very small without getting into the whole reason that the local authority boundaries as they are, but there are a small number of local authorities that are, I think, quite their council tax base and their ability to provide the range of services for the size of their authority is very, very challenging indeed. So we've been working with some of them, and again we've been looking at how they might work with their neighbouring authorities around some of those shared services, and we've been supporting some on some real ambitious programmes of change. So not every local authority is in the same position. Some have economies of scale.
I wonder if you would answer the specific question. Have there been warnings from any local authorities or from other experts in local government that core statutory responsibilities are now under threat?
So I'll bring Ellen in at this point in terms of the communication you've had with COSLA around that.
I mean, as the Cabinet Secretary said, we have regular communication from individual councils as well as from COSLA. And of course, there's the regular reporting by the Accounts Commission itself as well, best value reports as well as their thematic and annual publications. All of that contains a wealth of information and data. And beneath that, we obviously have individual discussions and follow-up that enables us to understand what is happening. That feeds into the decisions that are being made. So it is part of that ongoing dialogue. I think I've been doing local government for 4 years, and there have been those conversations ongoing over that whole period in terms of the challenges being faced in delivery of statutory services, as well as the more preventative and the more discretionary services. That is consistent. And I think that is also what is feeding into the conversations around reform, around looking at how some of those services are delivered. And that's some of the things that we are working with local government, with other public bodies and partners to explore, using Invest2Safe funding, exploring the opportunities, for example, in how we might transform certain areas, for example, food law delivery, that have existed for decades as they are. So it's looking at how do you reform and change how some of these services are delivered in a more digital age, in a different landscape where there's a skills pipeline that is also not bringing through the qualified training routes. You need to look at that differently. All of that is being discussed and collaborated upon around transforming what we do, as the Cabinet Secretary set out.
Thank you. The Cabinet Secretary talked about some of the pressures that will be different in different local authorities. You particularly drew attention to some smaller local authorities, and the scale was an issue there. I'd like to mention one that's affecting some of our biggest local authorities. And I think you're already aware that the extreme pressures on homelessness services that result partly from progressive homelessness legislation, which most of us in this Parliament strongly support, but also from changes in the asylum system, which are beyond the control of local government, beyond the control of this Parliament or your government. As a result of a combination of these factors, we have some local authorities which are seeing unprecedented levels of pressure, which will not only make politically unconscionable cuts to discretionary spending inevitable, but which will threaten core statutory duties, both on the core council services and on IGB, health and social care integration side as well. Earlier, you talked about the spending review and the idea that as the UK government approaches the next election, they won't want to do politically unpopular things that cut local government. Aren't you in exactly the same situation right now? Your party's in administration in Scotland, it's in administration in several significant councils that are facing these severe pressures. Isn't there very clearly a need for some way of addressing these specific extreme pressures that have arisen, which may be out with council control, maybe out with your control, the reasons why they exist, but they are going to make politically unconscionable choices inevitable at local government level in the immediate future?
So I'm well aware of the issues that you're referring to, well, let me say, first of all, what you've alluded to, that all roads lead to the Home Office on this issue in terms of the policy.
Takes us anywhere.
No, I'll come on to that in a second, but it's important to set out why this hasn't happened by accident. It is a position where there is an inadequate level of support from the Home Office for the number of people that Glasgow in particular are supporting.
What do you do about it?
So what's important here, and we're absolutely in discussions with Glasgow around these matters, and I want to make sure that that we are not enabling those who would seek to exploit this position to be in a position to do so. So, we'll, as you can imagine, it's important these discussions are enabled to happen, and then in discussions very directly with colleagues in Glasgow, both at official level and political level, around how we manage what is a very challenging situation. And, again, at the outcome of those discussions, very happy to keep the member appraised of what comes out of those. But we absolutely can't let the Home Office off the hook here in terms of the position going forward. It is not they have to acknowledge that what they're creating here is not a sustainable position, and we are jointly lobbying the Home Office around these matters.
Agree with you about where responsibility for the cause of the problem lies, but the responsibility for how we deal with the problem sits here, in the Scottish Government, the Scottish Parliament, and at local government level. I'm grateful for the offer to keep us informed. I hope you'd be willing to do that, not just for the committee, but also for Glasgow MSPs on a cross-party basis. Could I just finally add one other comment? There was discussion earlier about the culture funding. I'm in the very happy position of sitting at this table on Thursday morning as well with Angus Robertson. Lucky me, and no doubt some of these questions will be put to him. Could I just ask if you would have a conversation with the Cabinet Secretary for Culture about the impact on the national performing companies, the issues that were discussed earlier? It's not just about whether there is an uplift for them in the coming financial year, and there currently isn't. I'd like to see that change if at all possible. But it's also about the clarity about what they can expect in the future. What they're being told at the moment is that they may see an uplift in the coming years. And that is so vague and unspecific that they will be forced to make changes which will result in the loss of cultural infrastructure for Scotland. Even if they had clarity about the trajectory they can expect to be on, they may be in a position of not having to make damaging choices. So would you commit to have that conversation with the Cabinet Secretary for Culture and see what level of clarity can be provided that will prevent those companies from being forced to make damaging decisions?
Well, of course, and I will make sure that the Cabinet Secretary for Culture is aware of the discussion that's taken place this morning around these matters, as we will do for any issues that have come up for other portfolios. And I'm sure you'll make the most of the opportunity on Thursday morning to address some of these issues in more detail.
Thank you. Thank you, Convener.
Thank you very much. Well, you'll be delighted to know, Cabinet Secretary, we've only 10 minutes left, and I intend to use those 10 minutes. So just to go back to council tax issues and the local government funding, there's one issue about local government funding we haven't touched on, so I want to cover that. But there was a local government information unit report of Chief Executives, Council leaders and senior financial officers you'll be aware of that found that every respondent intends to reduce spending on services and increase council tax in 26-27, and the report concludes, and I quote from the SPICE document, the scale of council tax increases continues to be significant. Not only is every council planning to raise council tax, every council is planning to raise it by at least 5%, over a fifth plan to raise council tax by over 10%. Now that's surely a real concern for the government. And I'm just wondering, in previous years there was a legendary Derek Mackay sofa whereby the government would say this is all our money, it's all committed, blah blah blah, we don't have anything else, and then Patrick and his colleagues would negotiate, and lo and behold, 100 million or whatever it would come out from the back of Derek's sofa, and local government would have some amelioration for their budget going forward. That tended to be an annual event for some time. So just wondering, what room does the Scottish Government have to manoeuvre on such matters in the coming weeks?
Well, I have taken the view that it was important to set out the funding in the draft budget. So is there a wad of cash somewhere that's not been allocated? No. We had one of the reasons it was important to engage with opposition in the lead up to draft budget was to try and reflect. Not everybody's asks are going to be reflected. Obviously can't meet all the demands, but the key things that were asked for, to reflect those in the draft budget. And that is what I've tried to do, particularly with the elements that Greens asked for and the Liberal Democrats asked for as well. So they're all reflected in the draft budget. What we have been engaging with local government over is the potential to look at delivering complex care in a bit of a different way. So, one of the things that I think is a problem for health and social care partnerships is those high tariff packages that come in unknown, unforeseen, and can be really, really costly for health and social care partnerships. And either they slow down the process of the person potentially coming out of hospital or whatever, because they know that this package is going to, disrupt what the assumptions that they'd made. And actually, sometimes for those people, it's not the best experience of getting back into the community, and they don't always perhaps get the package that they require given their complexities. So Neil Gray has embarked on discussing with COSLA around, could we deliver that in a different way where there is a support from Scottish Government on a split with local government around some of those high tariff packages. Now the criteria would need to be set out very clearly. It would have to be quite a high bar, but that we could support the costs of those high value packages on an agreed split to avoid those disruptive, eye-watering packages that would be better for the people involved as well, most importantly of anything, because they would be able to be supported more quickly to be able to get home into the community or into appropriate setting And some of those are some of the longest delays in hospital as well. So more work to be done, but the principle is that we could support that. So it's a bit of maybe an answer you weren't expecting around, is there a wee of money in a sofa somewhere? No, but we are talking to local government around perhaps supporting them in the social care space in a way that can avoid some of those really expensive packages all falling on local government.
Okay. Now, we heard about capital reducing in real terms in future years, due to reductions in allocations from Westminster. We've also heard about significant boosts to the housing budget. But when we look at local government, there's a 14.7% reduction in its core capital. Now, there's been a lot of noise in the chamber about the A96 and the A9. A9, I think, it's getting 200 million next year. And that's a lot of potholes that could be fixed by local government, frankly, if local government wasn't getting a 14.7% reduction in its capital. So just wondering what the government's thinking is about that, because that's a very significant reduction in a year.
So I'm going to bring Ellen in because I think it relates also to the position in 25-26 in terms of capital. Do you just...
So in the current year, we funded a 40 million climate change emergency fund through capital on a one-off basis through Scotland funding. We have continued that for a second one-off year in 26-27 at a lower level of 20 million, but that does not continue in the forward forecast on the spending review. So it's one-off through one-off sources of funding that we are tapering that climate change funding. There's also a reprofiling of the flood prevention money. So in year, we identified actually to use for flexibilities around the pay money that there was a 75 million pot of funding in the capital space for flood prevention works that was not going to be spent in year. So in year, we've reprofiled that this financial year to support flexibilities to meet the pay costs in year. And having identified that, worked as a joint working group between local government and Scottish Government to look at the profile of flood prevention funding against planned spend over the coming years. So we've reprofiled that capital in 26-27 and into future years. So the tapering of that of the capital costs is the reduction in that one-off funding for climate change and the reprofiling of the flood prevention funding against planned spend, and otherwise remaining flat. So you're seeing that kind of change over the spending review resulting from those two changes in particular.
Okay, and I should say I do welcome the 38.4 million that went into Millport's flood prevention, and indeed there's another one at 3.97 million coming up.
But just add, in recognition of the capital constraints, one of the things I've been keen to do is to try and reach, I guess what you'd call accelerator deals with individual local authorities around infrastructure priorities. Now, we've been quite successful doing that in the past. We've had a very successful one in Granton, in Edinburgh. We are looking at working with West Lothian around Winchborough Station. We're looking at the three island authorities around their essential infrastructure investment, and it's using local government borrowing essentially that we will help to support with other funding streams as well coming into play to build a package that can help to address the constraints of capital by growing the pot in those ways. So again, I've been clear with COSLA that I'm open to looking at what else we can do in that space.
Prudential borrowing might be able to help to ensure that we maintain the spend at capital
essentially
level.
With some private investment as well. So it's about trying to grow the pots here.
It's really helpful to get under some of these figures with this kind of answers. That's a very helpful response. Now, I'm hoping I'll have a helpful response to this next question. In terms of the climate action energy portfolio, Spice has said that this sees the largest percentage decline of all the portfolios, 19% in real terms. And obviously, dealing with the climate emergency is one of the Scottish Government's priorities. So I'm just wondering if you can explain why it's had such a significant decline.
Well, I'll bring Richard in the detail, but we have, as I said in my opening statement, we have the overall position of what we call the kind of taxonomy of what are the climate moving elements of the budget, and that has gone up, so it's above £5 billion now, and that is across government. What are the areas that are going to make the difference in terms of that investment? But Richard, do you want to come in and a little bit more of the detail?
Yeah, just a couple of points. I suppose it comes back to some of our early conversation about the spending review period. So over the spending review period, the climate and energy spending plans, in resource terms at least, are broadly flat. The capital position changes slightly, and there's a couple of peaks and troughs over the spending review period. I suppose what I would say, and it maybe links back to some of the earlier points that others have raised, the portfolio efficiency and reform plans, the savings that are made by portfolios will not be taken back by the centre. They are to be maintained with the portfolios. So whilst it is a flat cash resource settlement at the moment, obviously that will be subject to budget reviews each year. The encouragement, I suppose, for portfolios is the further they can go around efficiency and reform, the further they can use to reinvest that in their own portfolios as well.
I think that's a really welcome development. I mean, if there's a real incentive to save money if you know you're going to get to keep it and put it elsewhere in your portfolio rather than being pinched by someone else. I do appreciate that. Almost done. So the Scottish Government, we suggested in our last report, should also undertake a review of the extent to which the levels of social security assistance provided supports economic activity. But the dedicated review we asked for that doesn't seem to be taking place. I'm just wondering, if the Scottish Government has done any work or plans to do any work in seeing which social security policy has been most impactful in terms of A, reducing poverty, and B, getting people back into productive employment.
So we do know from the analysis of the child poverty delivery plans of what is the biggest movers towards meeting our statutory targets on child poverty, that the Scottish Child Payment is out there by a country mile in terms of the biggest shift, which is why we've got the only part of the UK that's seeing falling child poverty rates, is because primarily due to the Scottish Child Payment, and that's why we're increasing by inflation, but also focusing on the under ones as well, because we know the additional costs for the under ones. And in terms of the, there's also the chief economist also did a little bit of work, which I'm sure I've referred to here before, around an analysis of the spend of benefits in local communities. Actually has an economic impact in local shops and services within communities, because people tend to spend locally. And then there's the employability, and a lot of rigour has been put around the employability programmes and which ones work. Now, some of that, it takes a while to get someone who is particularly far from the labour market into work, and there is sometimes a bit of a dropout rate there as well, because it's challenging. But we're trying to focus on, I guess, what the First Minister would call whole family support, but wraparound support. So not just employability as in skills and training and support, but also looking at childcare, looking at transport. What are the barriers that stop someone, particularly in those first few months, of successfully getting a job and maintaining a job? So really trying to have more bespoke support. And the work, the programme that the colleges are going to run, I think will be a really good addition. Colleges Scotland worked up a very impressive and persuasive proposal around supporting people back into work who will find the colleges a less intimidating environment to take those steps to go back into work. So £8 million has been provided to colleges above the 70 million to be able to deliver that programme, and that will be analysed and evaluated as we go forward. So there is a lot in this space, and it's important to keep it all under review around what's working best and perhaps what's not working so well.
Thank you. Well, lastly, when you're engaging with the Craig Hoy talked about the £32 a year that people are better off in income tax. Why does the government only talk about income tax? Why does it never include the £700 odd that you, on average, you're better off with in terms of council tax, water rates being lower, etc.? Why does the Scottish Government never talk about the overall tax burden as opposed to just income tax, which is somewhat one-dimensional, I would think?
I mean, we do. One of the reasons I refer to the £480 for those in the bottom half of the income spread is because it includes social security supports as well as the benefit of income tax at the lower end is worth about an average of £480. But you're right to point to lower water bills, lower council tax. Even though we talked earlier about the position on council tax, it's still markedly lower for an average Band D property in Scotland compared to south of the border. So, I think you have to look at these things in the round. In addition to that, if you've got kids at university, my goodness, they're now paying, over £10,000 for tuition fees?
790.
Okay, slightly exaggerated, almost £10,000 for each child, which you do not have here. So, that's part of the social contract. You've got to see it in the round. And, if you embark, I see parties embarking on, billions of pounds of tax cuts without really any plan for where that money is coming from. It has to come from somewhere, and it has to come from somewhere starting on the 1st of April. So not something that may happen further down the line. You've got to have it in black and white. Where is it coming from? And that has been short in coming.
Engagement at 11:30, and we also have other items on the agenda, so I want to call a halt there. Just give you one final opportunity if there's anything you feel we haven't touched on that you want to emphasise before we finish the session.
No, I think we've covered a lot of areas. I will follow up some of the additional information that I've promised to provide to the committee, and we'll do that as timely as we can. And thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. It's been a long initial session, so I'm going to call a break to 11:20. The second item on our agenda is our annual evidence session with the Scottish Fiscal Commission and its representatives about how it fulfils its functions. And we are joined today by Professor Graham Roy, Chair. It's the third time in the last week, Graham. It's people starting to talk. John Ireland, Chief Executive, and Sue Warden, Head of Strategy, Governance and Corporate Services. So good morning. And we'll move straight to questions. There's no opening statement. So the first thing I would like to ask is, how has the work of the Scottish Fiscal Commission evolved over the last 5 years?
Well, thank you, Convener, yes, and thanks for the chance to come along and talk about the work that we do. So I think there's several things that I would highlight. So obviously we've made quite significant advancements in our ongoing analytical capacity as more powers have come in, updated our modelling, improved the modelling process that we do, and that continues to be an ongoing part of development. Secondly, I think the other big area we focused on is thinking about how we communicate and engage more broadly with stakeholders. That was obviously something that was picked up in the OECD report, and that's something which, again, we're really keen to focus upon and develop. So we're doing lots of things like bite-sized insights, trying to explain the Scottish budget, doing much more in terms of going out and about and engaging with key stakeholders to talk about key budget issues, and recruiting new commissioners who have that as part of their key role in remit, which has been something which has been very positive. And that's moved us into some interesting areas, whether that be on greater scrutiny on spending issues, and also increasingly moving into things like fiscal sustainability and trying to talk about what are the long-term challenges that are facing Scotland's public finances.
Okay, thank you. And John, you said in your Chief Executive's introduction that through the year there's been also some significant challenges for a very small organisation to deal with. Do you want us to touch on some of them?
I think the challenges for small organisations like the Fiscal Commission tend to be, I suppose, in two spaces. I think the first one is staff movements, and we have a staff of about 28. The bulk of those people are analysts, and they all have sort of quite specialised skills. And turnover is incredibly healthy because it means that new people come in and we get exposure to new skills, and which is great. But you can lose key people at difficult times. So in the run-up to a budget or a fiscal event, losing an analyst can be quite difficult because the recruitment period is about 3 months. So, or even sometimes longer. So I think that's one issue, that sort of turnover of staff and making sure that you've got a good complement of people to go into, particularly the budget forecast. I think the other challenge tends to be around sort of the more corporate side, and things like the Scottish Government's move from one piece of software to manage all its finances and HR to the Oracle system was an incredibly trying thing because we're a small organisation. We don't have the sort of the number of corporate staff that other organisations have to manage that, and yet the time required for those sorts of responses to government changes are quite dramatic, and you don't really have much say in it.
So I mean, you said in terms of corporate systems, the Commission's corporate systems are not sufficient to deliver its work. Financial systems, IT, shared services and governance. And you say that the risks were expected to remain high.
Yes, I think that does come from the sort of the fact that we rely on the Scottish Government for the bulk of our shared services. That was a decision made at the Government's encouragement when we were first set up. And then I think those Scottish Government systems have sort of, they've been creaky for a number of years. The Government took a very sensible decision to replace a lot of the infrastructure behind them, but that takes a lot of work, and the risks associated with that are still not clear. They're not clear in the sense of we don't understand exactly how those systems will evolve. There's a lack of clarity over that. And the other issue is in terms of just financial planning. The Government says that it's going to move over to a principle of sort of full cost recovery, but it really can't tell us what that's going to look like over the next few years. So when we're asking, each year we ask the Government for our funding for the next 3 years, and with only being given sort of very sketchy ideas about what the cost will be next year and no idea at all in the following 2 years, that can be quite difficult, particularly given some of the scales of change involved.
Although you've got no reason to suggest that there won't be at least a continuation of existing funding.
Sorry?
There's no... even if funding wasn't to change dramatically upwards, there's no indication that it might decrease by any measure or anything, is there?
No. I think the thing is just making sure that we can do effective planning, that we have enough funding in place when we do our asks to cover these increased costs.
And basically you've said that, you know, the risk has remained amber due to risks with the relationship with the Scottish Government.
I think that reflected... there was a point at which there was a very, very large turnover of senior staff within the Exchequer Strategy Directorate.
You talk about it being red and amber throughout the year.
Yes, and I think it was because of those sort of changes in staffing. It wasn't because the relationships were poor or anything like that. It was just that, you know, there was all of a sudden, I think, let me just count them up, basically the three deputy directors within a very short space turned over. And the government has been very good. They filled those posts quickly and with very, very good people. So that turned out not to be the risk that it could have been. But that's, in essence, what those sorts of markers were.
I mean, actually, Professor Roy, you know, in your report, it talks about the work that you do in terms of giving media interviews, briefings and articles, and how you respond swiftly to journalists. You also talked about publishing reports on the website. You're involved in X and LinkedIn and website, now in Blue Sky. You engage once a month with subscribers and separately media subscribers. You do in-person breakfast event. Obviously, I was at one of those last week with you. So what else do you feel can be done, if anything, to boost the profile of the work the SFC does?
So I think there are two parts to that. I think one of it is doing more of what we do, and then because one of the reasons why we explicitly added into the job description for our new commissioners was an ability to communicate and engage, and that was actually one of the additions that we put in relative to the role description in the past. And I think our two new commissioners do bring us more stakeholder networks than we perhaps have had in the past. So there's a chance for us to go out and communicate much more. So I think some of it's about doing more of what we've been doing in the past and upscaling it. I think second part, which we are very conscious of, is the election in May and the potential for a significant number of new MSPs to come in to the next term of Parliament, and speaking to Parliament officials about what we can do to help any induction process for new MSPs, so that they, when they come after the election in May, that they have got our support in being able to get up to speed with the complexities of the fiscal framework, and then also how the budget process works. So I think that will probably be one of our top priorities for next year.
And another priority might be they might want actually the name and number of a good plumber, because I noticed that boiler failure affected the working environment for all of 24-25. How long does it take to get a boiler fixed? I mean, when mine crashed, I got it sorted within 24 hours.
The issue with boiler was we are reliant on the Scottish Government for maintaining the infrastructure of the office. And the boiler issue was primarily one that the government took the view that they wanted to not replace a gas boiler with another gas boiler because of net zero, but they wanted to make sure that we had a low emissions boiler, an electric boiler. And the difficulty was basically actually strengthening the electricity main supply, and that's what took the enormous amount of time.
Unbelievable.
But they have successfully now done that. We have a new boiler. The staff are very happy that it's nice and warm.
Saying that, the guy who's coming to fix the one in my office didn't turn up last week, but that's another issue. So other things in terms of risks talked about are delays to provision of two policies, reduced the time we had to quality assure our forecasts and prepare our report. A third policy was provided too late to be included and required a separate publication to be produced. There's an element of frustration I can read in that, so I'm just wondering if you can talk to us just about that for a wee sec.
Yeah, so we touched on this last year in the budget process, so that relates to that, so the late notification of policies and then up to the budget in December 2024. Get my years right. Yes, 2024 was the late notification of that, and the one you recall we didn't put into our main document was the abolition of the two-child limit, and we did the update in January. And I think that we've touched on it in evidence then. I think the important point is that you have deadlines, you have timelines, and it's important that the government sticks to that. And that was disappointing they didn't do it that year. You know, the most recent budget process we had was much better than that, and all the key deadlines were met.
Okay, well, that's good to know, but you have said that a delayed sign-off of indicative funding for 26-27 and 27-28 is another potential risk.
Yeah. You mean funding for the Fiscal Commission itself?
Yeah, sorry, yes.
Yeah, that was last financial year again, because it comes from the annual report. There was some delay in getting the Cabinet Secretary's agreement to that, and I think that was probably because the Finance Minister wanted to spend some time sort of just checking what was going on within the Commission in terms of public service reform. This year, the process, because there's a spending review, the process has been much smoother, and we have both the funding for the first year, which was in the budget document, and the spending review document had the funding for the second 2 years as well. So we have that indication already from the government this year. It's been a much smoother process.
I mean, there's a wee bit here about this Oracle Cloud, and what you've said is the active nature of the stabilisation activity required has delayed any longer-term preparation to support future service offers, optimisation of the platform, or participation in further phases of the shared services programme. So how long has it been delayed by, and what difficulties does this impose upon your organisation?
So I think that's from the annual report, and the rollout of Oracle across Scottish Government and all the other clients that use it was delayed by 6 months, I think, to the October. And that meant that they couldn't, they were focusing on just trying to get it vaguely fit for purpose on the go-live date, rather than trying to generate any extra value. It can theoretically do whizzy extra reports, but they were just trying to get it to do the absolute basics so that everything was ticking over and getting that embedded before they tried to generate any extra value out of the new system.
Yeah, because you've also said in paragraph 171 that I note the Scottish Government's Internal Audit Director is, and I quote, unable to comment on robustness of the control system within Oracle at this point.
Yes, that was, they weren't able to give us full assurance on that. In terms of how that affects us, we are very little with quite simple transactions. We don't have a lot of them, so we have a separate Excel spreadsheet where we mirror it so that we've got confidence at the moment that even if we're not sure whether Oracle is working, we've got something to check that against. So that's why John, as accountable officer, was able to give assurance that although internal audit couldn't sign off fully on all of the Oracle systems, at least for us as an organisation, we knew that the numbers we are presenting are accurate.
And I understand from looking at the salary scales that you've kind of partially retired, John, is that right?
Correct, yes. And I'm enjoying my 4 days a week.
Okay. You've again come in under budget, which is obviously excellent. I'm just wondering what resource constraints you feel there are on the organisation for what and what work you would like to do if some of those resource constraints were lifted. So, for example, I just wonder if you can give us an example of how additional funding and how much, if you could possibly put a sum on it, would be able to allow the SFC to develop further.
Yeah. Do you want me to, I can say a broad thing, and then I'll let John talk about the operations and things. I mean, I think this, I guess, relates into some of the commentary around the OECD review, which we had as well, and some of the stuff we discuss in the report about the areas of where we're moving into. And again, you know, most of our work and focus has very much been on taxation, social security, and the overall funding position. I think in large part pushed by this committee as well to do much more in the spending elements and how that develops, and the scrutiny of the spending profiles and trajectories. And I think that's the big area where we see potential for further work into the future. But John, do you want to talk about the specifics?
Yeah, indeed, and it is very much, as Graham suggested, related to that work on spending. When we put our multi-year ask into the government, we estimated that the additional work on spending that we want to do would cost about 184,000 next financial year, 190,000 the following financial year. But we were able to absorb about 87,000 of the 26-27 costs and about 116,000 of the 27-28 costs through efficiency savings across the Commission. So we asked the government for the amount of money that we couldn't save. And that was roughly equal to what the cost of one member of staff. And the government were very good, and they gave us that money in the allocations they've just published.
But you are looking to do more as an organisation.
Yes.
So are those discussions ongoing with ministers in terms of how you can grow over the next, 1 to 5 years? Because assuming the committee approves your reappointment, Professor Roy, you'll have another 4 years of this.
Yeah, I mean, do you want to talk about where we are with the conversation? I think in principle...
It's on a knife edge, by the way, so don't take any for granted.
I mean, I think in principle, I think it's... I mean, we're very much conscious, I think, as a strategy that we've got the core functions we need to do and the delivery around that. But then we're also in the space of being demand-led, like in the sense of what is it that people think that the focus should be. So things like the push on to do more around communications, explaining support for that is an area where we've focused upon. And then similarly on spending, it's an area where I think this committee has a particular interest. It's an area where our stakeholders have interest in about unpicking some of the different elements, and that's an area where we can certainly grow into.
And some of that communication might tie in with the programme of financial literacy that we hope to see the Parliament introduce in the autumn of this year.
Yeah, very much so. Yeah.
New MSPs have bedded in somewhat. So just lastly from me, it's a very difficult question, I think, for any individual or organisation to ask, but what weaknesses do you think there are, if any, in the organisation, and if so, how are they being addressed?
Mm-hmm. Do you want to talk about it from more operational? I can talk about a strategic thing. I think building on John's point, we're a small organisation. I think a very good organisation, and we do lots of great work. I think what we're then dependent upon is the ability to really amplify the work that we do and get engagement around that. And we know that there's challenges around fiscal literacy. We know there are challenges about level of knowledge and understanding at different levels. And I think that is not so much a weakness, but I think it's an ongoing challenge, just given the nature of
weakness is probably not the right word. Apologies for that.
Yeah, but I think that's it's a really important question. And we touched on some of this last week, and I know Ms Thompson has sometimes the frustration about this.
She's up next, by the way.
We focus a lot on things like the understanding of the mechanics of the fiscal framework. But then the big questions about what does this mean for the economy, for public services, and everything gets squeezed out around that. And I think that's an ongoing challenge for us, which is we have this really important role to delve into the detail to make sure that's all clear. But then it's the ability to then lift it up a level to say this is what it means for the people of Scotland, what it means for public services. And the OECD were pushing us quite strongly on that about how do we make this a bit more real and tangible for people? And we're already thinking about things like that, like our insights reports, like the videos, going out and engaging with people to actually turn some of the more technical things into something which is much more accessible.
I think we've already touched, in a sense, the thing that I think that keeps me awake at night.
The boiler.
You could turn that as weaknesses, or you could just turn that as worries, which is, I think there are a lot of issues around staffing, but we have a very good staff, and keeping them there, making it an attractive place to work, making sure it's warm, but giving them interesting work to do. We have no shortage of people who want to work at the Commission. The responses to our sort of recent recruitment
incredible, really, actually, hundreds a year.
That's been really good and very satisfying. But at the same time, just keeping people there once they sign up, I think is a real issue. Making sure that the work is interesting, and also, in a sense, the other thing which keeps me awake at night is things like, particularly the budget process, just making sure that we have the right people there. They're not going to go off sick. They're not going to want to leave and get a new job, and we stick to timetables. So they're the sorts of things. I think it's very operational, in that sense.
Yeah, and a lot of it's not within your individual control. I mean, these events, dear boy. Mm-hmm. Anyway, we shall move on. Michelle will be the first member of the committee to come in, followed by Michael.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. And I'll pick up on the sort of first theme opened by the convener. As you probably know, I mean, I try and do as much as I can to support the Fiscal Commission, the likes of LinkedIn, by adding what I hope are helpful comments that will direct some traffic to you. But it is fair to say that, and whilst I recognise the work that you've done clearly to try and, you know, big up and get your messages out there, and like your wee graphs you put up there are really, really good. It's still relatively low. You've still only got 835 followers on LinkedIn. And I can see the posts, we had a wee bit of burst of activity, one roughly per week over the last couple of months. Nothing for 5 months before that. No articles or documents. You could easily get one of your young people to write something, an impression. You may think the Fiscal Commission is about this, but actually this is what we find. Obviously, your own documents itself could easily go in there, because LinkedIn, is if you know how to use it, is a very effective tool for driving traffic. Another kind of question I wondered, and I appreciate, we talked about this before, I appreciate you've got a limited budget. Like if you were a business organisation, to go and do proper work around branding and marketing. But I did watch the videos, and it occurred to me that whilst the commissioners, new commissioners you've got, I strongly approve, they're clearly already adding a great deal of value, it doesn't necessarily follow that the presentation style of the videos will be something that will bring people in. Because actually it's the challenge of how do we make people care about the importance of your work? So I suppose my question then is, have you thought about, you know, of the young people you're getting in, there's bound to be some very creative individuals there who just know this stuff because they're in a different generation. And obviously it needs to have oversight, but have you thought about how you might be able to cheaply and effectively get down with the youth, if you like?
We might see some tips on whether Mars bars example might be quite might have a good one to follow. I think maybe just a broad thing. I think you're entirely right, and I think we're really open to speaking to people about what we can do around that, and your kind of input into that I think is really helpful. A couple of things I would say is, there are always going to be some. There's always a trade-off for us around how much we talk at key points in time. So one of the reasons why there's sometimes a gap for us is that this is a period when there's lots of private conversations going on with the government as they're doing their budget. So it's almost like a quiet period. But again, being clear to people about why that's happening, I think is important. And then also, I think, in terms of we've got to be careful that we are there as the independent authority to support the budget process. And yes, we want to try and improve and encourage more people to engage, but the last thing we want to do is generating headlines for the wrong reason. So that might be a bit of risk aversion on my part, but I think there's a real careful balance there. But maybe, John, you might want to talk about some of the things that we're doing. We've obviously recruited some people in who are going to really help us on this, on things exactly like these kind of short insight stuff that we're doing.
Yeah. So it very much came through in the OECD review that engagement was really key. And the OECD wanted to push us down the route of having a specialised comms officer. We took a different decision, which was to, very much I think in the spirit of what you're saying, to sort of get the analytical staff very much involved in this. And one of the key appointments here was Ross Burnside, who used to work here. And Ross has really been driving the new insights, these new blogs, which are actually, we have now a programme to, until the pre-election period starts, we have a programme to publish those on a more regular basis. And those, the drafting for that obviously is done internally by the staff, and some of the younger people are involved. We've got some coming out on climate in the next few weeks, which are written by relatively young people who actually have been doing that work, and then obviously the commissioners own that, and then behind the final publication of those insights. So I think the insights are starting to do that. We're taking social. It's interesting you talk about LinkedIn, because we try to have a think about social media, and one of the things that I sort of naively assumed that things like Instagram and TikTok were where we ought to be going, but we did some work and we looked at actually where younger people get their news input, and surprisingly it came through Facebook. So the non sort of established media, the primary sort of thing for both young and older people is Facebook. So we very much took the decision to start on Facebook as well. It too doesn't have that many followers yet, and we'll be working on that and trying to boost it. But I think what we're trying to do is take that social media thing seriously. we're doing work on the videos. You looked at the more recent ones. We've, again, one of our younger analysts has spent a lot of time thinking about how we actually present them. So we no longer take, you should have seen the improvement in quality. In technical terms, that we don't film them on iPhones anymore. We have a camera. They're all done in Governor's House, so everything sort of matches up in that way. And we've started to use some sort of slightly more interesting sort of graphics in those as well. But that's very much a journey, and I think you're right that getting the staff involved in that in a more direct way in front of the camera could be good. We did some of that when we were doing some recruitment. We have a couple of recruitment videos in which we have staff talking about working at the Commission. And also the training videos, which we did about a year ago, Graham, on the budget are actually presented by staff members as well. So we're starting to do that, but it's slow. And the other thing we have to do is we have to recognise that when we're speaking, at budget time and things like that, the voice has to be those of the commissioners because, but there are other things I think we can get the staff involved in and are hoping to do so.
Yeah. Anyway, the other area I wanted to ask you about, as you'll know, the report you did into fiscal sustainability, the perspectives around climate change, I have asked very consistently a lot of people about how well were they across at that, because to me, it seemed to me to be so utterly fundamental if you read this and understand the real challenges ahead. And I was quite shocked that, like, the convener of the Net Zero Committee in here, I don't know about that, and 3 of the Economy Committee, of which I'm the Vice Convener, looking at the kind of forthcoming climate change plan. I've been asking all our witnesses, and I'm disappointed to report that nobody so far has admitted to either being aware of the report or having read it. I think, and I've said to them, you need to look at this because, OK, it was March 2024, but the fundamental principles absolutely apply. So can I just simply note that, I know you did a session straight after you did that, but I think that there would be great merit in finding ways to keep reminding people about that, because I do genuinely think I was quite surprised about how few people knew about it. And I don't see the point in developing plans if you don't understand structurally what the challenges are, which I think your report pointed out.
Yeah, so there's a few things. So that is disappointing. So we write the committees every time we publish something. So when we publish the climate change, fiscal sustainability, we write to Net Zero Committee, so write to the chair and say, this is our report, happy to come and give evidence. I did go and give evidence as part of the scrutiny into the climate change plan, but similarly in the Economy Committee, when we publish our budget reports with the latest forecast, we write to the committee and say, this is our report. We're more than happy to come and give evidence. I appreciate committees have an exceptionally busy time and things are constrained, but I think we can keep writing and keep knocking on the door, but ultimately I think there's something about the committees themselves and parliamentarians more broadly embracing and taking an interest in this. And as we're more than happy to go along and speak to any committee at any time.
And again, as we come up to a new parliamentary session, it's how we can, and whatever variants up, because you may choose to update it, that people, because it's just so utterly fundamental. I'm playing my part, but I think telling somebody once is probably not enough.
But I'm more than happy to write and say, following this evidence session, we know there's an interest in this, we're happy to come along and speak.
Well, we're about to write to the Climate and the Net Zero Committee again about the plan and the information that we think it should contain on costs. I think there's another issue here as well, isn't there? There's not just the parliamentary part of that, it's more the outside world as well. We did work quite closely with Stop Climate Chaos and Mike Robertson on that report a couple of years ago, and they were actually very kind enough to sort of put some media releases out, sort of saying that they found the work interesting. So I think it is sort of developing that sort of thing as well. Just unusually for us, moving outside the sort of the narrow fiscal sort of stakeholders to those wider groups who are working on climate issues.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Convener.
You'll always be welcome at our committee, folks. Michael will be followed by John.
Thanks, Convener. I'm looking forward to the video representing the fiscal, the economic performance gap in confectionery terms coming forward. No, definitely not. On the that issue, I suppose, that you mentioned about talent recruitment and retention, John, I've been listening to the Fraser Allender podcasts recently around the kind of the review of their anniversary. It seems that there's a very small pool of people who circulate around fiscal matters and economics in Scotland. We see them regularly at this table. I wonder what the SFC was doing to support talent coming through of people who are developing expertise in this space.
Yep. So I think we do that in several ways, because I think it's really pretty fundamental to us. And although we were saying earlier that we get a large number of applications now for our analytical posts, even our sort of very junior fixed-term appointments sort of attract a lot of interest. So there's clearly some sort of flow-through. But we work very much with universities on this. So we ask the younger analysts of the same sort of age range to go along to the sort of the events that universities organise on careers. There's an intern programme that is based in the Fraser Allender, but is sort of Scotland-wide, and we regularly employ 1 or 2 summer interns. So we come up with a topic, the students then come and work for us for 6 weeks and make a presentation on the topic at the end to us, and that often feeds into our analytical programme. So we try and encourage people that way, give them a taste of working at the Commission. We also do similar things with dissertation topics for master's students. Again, there's a Scottish-wide network where we sort of contribute topics for those things, and then we'll do light supervision alongside the academic supervisor. So that goes on as well. And I think the other thing we do at a slightly higher level is our fixed-term appointments are very good for people who've just graduated or been in work for a couple of years. They sort of provide the ability to work for us a year or so, get experience. For us, it's really good because we see them for a short time, but we can also encourage them to apply for permanent posts, and we have a good track record of converting sort of fixed-term appointments into permanent posts. So that's another thing we do at that end. And I think the final thing we do, we're very much open to secondments. So this is, again, with a bit more experience, but quite recently we had one of the Fraser Allender's permanent staff was seconded to us for a year to work on macroeconomic issues. We currently have a secondment from Audit Scotland helping out on fiscal sustainability. So that was to cover maternity leave, but it's a good way of bringing different people in, exposing to the Commission, and hopefully when they go back they sort of say pleasant things about us and encourage other people to come and work for us.
Professor Roy, is there more that could be done to support the talent pool?
Well, I think part of it, comes back to the conversation there about how do we engage and get more people interested in these sorts of things. And I think having things like the Fraser Allender Institute, having institutions like ourselves, just to generate more interest in that. And again, it's about being clear about what we do, what the Fraser does, and then what other academics do. I think there's a genuine challenge, I think, within Scotland more broadly about how you can really get, particularly academics, think tanks, really engaged in this. We know the think tank community is much smaller than perhaps we would like it to be in terms of coming forward with new ideas, innovations, etc. And similar within the academic community, there is less of a engagement in these things than we perhaps would have liked. So I think there's another role for us that we do play, which is that we're very open to anyone who's an interest in this stuff coming in and chatting to us about how they can potentially do research in this area, or if there's think tanks who are thinking about developing work in the area, then we're more than happy to help provide analytical data or anything we've got for them to be able to use, which then they then go out and we'll run with, so that if they're looking at our forecasts or they're looking at some of the commentary we've got, that they can then utilise that in the best way possible for their own work.
I mean, have you engaged with the Scottish Funding Council regarding the capacity and funding streams for this kind of work?
Yeah, so interested with my UniHats, when I was at the Fraser, we kicked off something called Economic Futures, which was originally seed funded by the Scottish Funding Council, and that was to do exactly what John said about trying to boost economic capacity. And that now self-funds, essentially. It's still run at the Fraser of Island and it's self-funded there. Anything that would do, I'm sure, if you ask Mary and the team, anything that they do to help support that even more, because what it relies on institutions like us who have budget in order to recruit people and give people internship opportunities. But if you're a third sector organisation, if you're a small think tank like IPPR or any of these other ones, you might not have the budget to be able to do that, and any support for that to help encourage young people coming through to look in and get experience in this area would be good.
Okay, that's useful. On the budget process, then, we had the Cabinet Secretary, and just before you, I don't know if you got any of that evidence of your travelling. I raised the issue with her regarding, I think, the frustrations that we had from you in your evidence, and as evident in your report, regarding transfers in budget. She committed that she would have a conversation with you all, with the Scottish Fiscal Commission, about agreeing a position on how those transfers are represented. Yep. Can you tell us whether is that a welcome commitment, and also how would you take that forward?
Yeah, so I think in short, yes, and I think we've had that discussion both not just in the most recent budget, but actually when we were discussing our ongoing the work that we did, and the report that we covered is all around how can we actually just improve the budget process, how can we make it more transparent. So anything that has done that, I think, is welcome. And at the end of the day, I guess, what are we wanting? What we want is be able to say, this is what was planned last year to be spent, this is what is planned to be spent this year. And clearly, it's up to the government. There might be unplanned movements in there, but to be able to clear about this is the plan compared to the last plan. The obvious way to do that would be through the protocol, for example. So we have the protocol with the government about the level of information that we need, when the dates that should go behind all of that, the type of information. At the moment we ask and we get indications around that, but again, if you actually had it as part of the written down and formal process, that would then mean that we could then report back to the committee, for example, about how that went.
So you think it would be useful for the committee to ask the government to change the protocol in agreement with yourselves to make sure that we get agreement on how these transfers are represented?
Yeah, I mean, John might want to come in, but I think in principle, I think the protocol would be the obvious way to be able to do that. It's transparent, it's clear, everyone sees it, and then we can take that forward.
Yeah, I think the protocol is the obvious vehicle, because there's within that protocol something that we report on to you each year now. There's a sort of a draft timetable for fiscal events, and so inserting this requirement for the agreement by a certain date would be the obvious way of doing it. I think the other thing to mention just in this context, as well as the transfers that you've been raising, there's also the issue of COFOG data, which is the data which allows us to make sort of systematic comparisons by years on spend as well. And having a date in the protocol for provision of that COFOG data, which is sufficiently in advance so we can actually analyse it, would also be, I think, a very helpful sort of step in this process. Okay.
And it strikes me that a review of that protocol would be a sensible thing to do that before May?
We actually, we're meant to review it every 2 years. We had a version which was about to be signed off just before the budget, but we want to make some changes at the last minute, so that sort of got delayed a bit. But there's a version of the protocol which is almost ready to be signed now, so...
So there's an opportunity here to
insert
an agreement on that at this moment in time. That's excellent. Thank you.
No bother. Thank you. John, to be followed by Liz.
Thanks very much. Good to see you again. Quite a lot of areas have been touched already. Can you just explain this fact that you say your staffing budget's quite under pressure, but yet there's a lot of people applying for jobs, so that suggests that the salaries are okay or attractive enough. How would you kind of tie these together?
I think there are two things a couple of things which sort of attract people, and you know, there's, I think, a relative scarcity. So there's a relative scarcity of opportunities, obviously, which encourages the applicants. We pay Scottish Government main salaries, and I think those are very competitive. We notice that those salaries tend to be above other government departments outside London. So in a sense, the salaries are good and attract people. And And also, I think the other thing that we have which attracts people is that because we're part of this sort of single labour market within the sort of the wider Scottish civil service, if you get a job at the Commission, you can then apply for internally advertised jobs within the Scottish Government as well. So there's a career path. So for a small organisation, we offer new entrants the ability to work for us for a couple of years, gain experience, do interesting things, but then move to an analytical role within the government. So there's a career path. And I think that makes us very attractive as well.
But in a sense makes it turnover almost inevitable.
It does.
6 out of 28 kind of jumped out at me, but you've already touched on that.
I think sometimes these things just happen in bursts. So post-COVID, there was a burst. We expect next year to be another burst because people have been around for 2 to 3 years and they're starting to get itchy feet.
Yep.
Yep. It's a nice problem to have.
Yes. Now, your working hours have gone down from 37 to 35. Are people working harder, or do you need more staff, or how does that work?
I think there's some truth, and I speak from personal experience. The convener mentioned I've gone down from 5 to 4 days a week. I think if people do have shorter working hours, there is some improvement in sort of well-being and potentially productivity. What we tend to find, though, is that people work incredibly hard during fiscal events when we're writing our reports, and then they take the accrued flexi time that they've built up in those non-really busy periods. So the pressures tend to come not through much on having the staff around to do the reports. The pressures are mainly on the lack of time to do model development and things like that. So the sort of the background work, making sure that you have a pipeline of short articles, making sure that your videos look attractive, all those sorts of things, model maintenance, they're the things which sort of get pressurised by the shorter working week. Additional public holidays, that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Now, you said that you've been to some of the Scottish Parliament committees, but you've also been to the Scottish Affairs Committee, I understand, at Westminster.
So Claire Murdoch was there representing the Commission as part of
Is that a regular interaction, or is that just like a one-off?
It's fairly regular for us to go down to the Scottish Affairs Committee. In part, obviously, it depends what they're looking at and the elements they're scrutinising, but it's not something that I would say that happens on a regular basis.
It's not annual, but Claire went quite recently. We've had commissioners out. Professor Alistair Smith, who used to be a commissioner, went a couple of times. So it happens when they're looking at sort of fiscal things where they need that sort of expertise.
Okay. I was surprised that Michelle Thompson didn't ask this, but I was struck by the kind of a bit of a change in the male-female split of applicants that you've had. If I've got the right page here, it said, you had 61.9% did not identify as male of applicants compared to 33% the previous year. I mean, did you do something to change that, or?
Last year was a little unusual in that one of the posts that we recruited for was a corporate post that we got over 500 applicants for.
Right.
So that might, and I tried really hard to go out to quite get a diverse group of people to apply, and certainly succeeded on that front. But that's really skewed the data.
Right.
I think there are longer-term trends going on. I think economics has traditionally been a very male-dominated discipline. It got much, much better, much more balanced a while back, but unfortunately that seems to be changing again, and the graduate population seems to begin becoming more male-dominated.
Okay, thank you. And I think just one final point. I mean, you said how you've been making an effort of reaching out and spending time with doing interviews in the media and things. Do you think the media people on the whole are understanding the SFC, Scottish finances, budget, just that whole space? Are they beginning to understand it better?
So I think the media that we do engage with do, and again, one of the things this year is that we always reach out to the media. We have a very good media conference immediately after the budget where we get basically all the main print journalists and broadcast journalists attending. And my sense is that they do get it, and we don't have to do the same explanations as we might have done in the past. the questions are getting much harder and tougher, and they're not as, explaining the process. They get the things like the income tax relative position, they get the things about pressures on spending and the like. I think the big challenge is volume, and I think it's more a broader comment about media, similar to the point I made about think tanks as well, is that the budget becomes a big thing for a short period of time, and then because there's so few journalists focused on public policy in Scotland, you then move on to the next thing, and I think that's the challenge for us, that regular piece of drip feeding the information through is a challenge, which is one of the reasons why we tried to separate out our publications through the year. So we have the budget, hopefully at the end of the year or the start of the year, a fiscal sustainability report in the spring. With new publication, we've pushed into the fiscal update, which is basically getting ready for the Parliament coming back, and then back in through to a medium-term financial strategy at some point, late spring or potentially this year, maybe more likely in the autumn. So we try and spread out our publications so that we can try and engage with the media as much as possible, but we know they're under a lot of pressure.
Okay, thanks so much. Thanks, Camille.
Thank you. Lister, followed by Craig.
It's just one question from me in relation to all that you've done very successfully over the last 2 years to simplify the explanation of the budget, whether that's through blogs or better diagrams or whatever. Have you had a good response to that? I mean, is there positive feedback that is helping?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, I only do it from the events I speak at. Maybe John might want to talk about some of the pickup more generally, but I think so, and I think the certainly the improvement investment we've made in visualisation, I think, has helped quite a lot. And again, I think we can see that through the media conferences that we get and the attendance. There's much less, I think, of us maybe having to correct stories, for example. So we always monitor where maybe someone has said something where someone's misinterpreted it. So I think on that part, I think it's coming through. And certainly, I think, when we go along and talk at various events, we do get feedback. I said the main point is how do we increase the volume? And I think having two commissioners who are really up for that, really keen to do that, gives us a real chance to significantly amplify the work that we do.
And would that continue? I mean, obviously there's going to be, in the autumn, once the new Parliament is embedded, greater training of the budget. Will that be extended to parliamentary staff as well as to new MSPs?
Yeah. So that's one of the things we've done quite a lot with parliamentary staff. We get a really good turnout at the breakfasts, etc. we do from staff. So I think it's all there is the new MSPs coming through, but their support and staff. And I should say as well, I mean, there's the things that we do which are not very public, but we're always happy to go and speak to any member of Parliament, staff. Any questions about the process, how it works, we're always more than happy to do that, and that will continue post-election.
Thank you very much. Craig, to be followed by Patrick.
Thank you, Convener. Good morning. Much of what I was going to ask has already been covered. I suppose just one question is in terms of your engagement with the media. I mean, the media is a necessary evil for all of us, and I say that as somebody who's once a journalist. But given your impartiality, and perhaps you did refer to earlier your kind of risk aversion, how do you sort of codify your media engagement? Is it? Do you want to put the head in the lion's mouth too often? I suppose is what I'm asking.
I think that comes down a lot from how I try and think about chairing the organisation and want to do it. And I think that it's really important that the impartiality and independence is fundamental to us as an institution. If we lose that, then that's it, gone, I think, about the role of the institution. So that's got to be absolutely crucial. So that is always right at the front of mind about when we're engaging. So we're very careful about the language we use. We're very careful about what we say all the time. And that then is a risk of balance when we're thinking about, well, how much do we invite junior colleagues to go out and start to say things? What's the relationship there? There's always that relative balance that we have to do, because if you lose that, then it's very, very difficult to get back. In saying that, I mean, I think we are open. I think we're all, really happy to go and chat with people to explain things. If people are wanting to run a story and then we can check whether it's factually accurate or not. It's up to them about how they politically write it, etc. So we're very open. The important thing for us is the impartiality. And if people are going to use arguments, then they do it with numbers. You might disagree with the argument, but at least the numbers are right and correct.
And I think back in 2014, Ed Balls put some pressure on George Osborne, potentially for the OBR to have some responsibility for kind of auditing manifestos. I think I was very sceptical about that and pulling an independent body into an election campaign. But I'm assuming you would be sceptical about any similar calls in Scotland for that process.
It's a really interesting question. It was a question that the OECD touched on as part of the review. And it is a role that other fiscal institutions have, that they essentially, in a run-up to an election, audit the kind of plans put forward by parties, etc. I mean, ultimately, what we do is determined by what the Parliament wants us to do, and that would be a change in our Act. But if that's what Parliament wanted us to do, then of course we would go down that road. There are important things to think about in that, though, in that we have a very clear protocol in relationship with government. A lot of our engagement is between, our officials and civil servants, so there is a code there that governs that. How you then do that in the heat of an election campaign with politicians, no offence, but with politicians who are trying to win an election, just making sure, coming back to my earlier point about that independence and that impartiality, that you don't get caught up in that, I think is something you'd have to have very clear rules about what was dependent upon that.
And I see that under potential risk in relation to partner organisations, that part of the reason for remaining on the risk register at amber is obviously the election process, changing timetables and processes, and the potential quotes for a new finance committee after the Scottish Parliament election. Is that a vote of confidence in us, or a warning about what might follow?
I couldn't possibly comment on that.
Fine. No, that's everything. Thanks.
Yeah, before I let Patrick in, I would just say one of the difficulties is, of course, that parties actually publish manifestos after the postal ballots have been issued. All the main parties did that last time. And it's also, how would you know which parties to do? There's dozens of parties, and someone might complain that you hadn't looked at theirs, but you'd looked at the more mainstream ones. So I think that would be a real difficulty for you. Patrick?
Thanks very much. Just very briefly to follow up on the point about impartiality, I imagine you face a similar challenge to that most of the media face in terms of what impartiality means. To some it means treating all opinions with equal respect, whereas others would say impartiality does mean calling out falsehoods when they come forward and not treating every opinion as equally valid. Do you feel that part of your role in being impartial is to proactively call out falsehoods when they're made?
So particularly, I think where it's defined around our work and what we do. So if people, for example, I've said very clearly, I'm more than happy for people to challenge our work, so to criticise it, to say you've got a different view about it, that's entirely fine. I think where people were maybe using our work in a way which was wrong or potentially misleading, and that's when I think we would then be clear about whether or not we had concerns around that. What we don't do, and again this comes back to the point I think about the broader community, we don't have a role such as like the Fraser Valander where they can opine more broadly on things. So we, for example, cannot, picking up on Mr Hoy's point, we cannot, for example, comment on opposition parties' policies, ideas. That's not for us because we're only allowed to comment on Scottish Government activity. So we couldn't comment on, if a party comes out and says, here's a tax policy, you will not see us coming out saying whether that's good or bad or what the cost would be, because that's not in our remit.
Okay, I was going to come on to issues about the way that your remit is constrained in law and something that would take parliamentary decisions to change. But really about whether there's a gap in the information that's available to the public and to the political environment based on the fact that your remit is focused on the Scottish Government. We've previously talked in a previous meeting about the fact that you don't do projections for council tax, you don't do forecasts for that. I'm not sure if council tax raises quite as much as non-domestic rates, but it's in the same ballpark. It's pretty close to the... it's either a close third or it's the second biggest tax in Scotland. Or whether it's forecasting, whether it's this kind of concept of fiscal sustainability, councils deliver significant services in Scotland and have that same question about the sustainability of their finances to deliver those services. is there not a serious gap in the fact that your function only applies to the Scottish Government, and in most of your discussion of local government budget, it's really about the outgoings from the Scottish Government. Yeah. It's about what they push out rather than how it's actually used and how it's delivered.
Yeah, so I mean, this strays, I guess, more into kind of personal opinion rather than the kind of view the Commission would have in some ways. But I think we were set up deliberately around the fiscal framework and the transfer of fiscal powers to the Scottish Government and then therefore the Parliament. And then what did the Parliament need or want to have reassurance around the supporting mechanisms that were there? I think, hopefully because the institution has settled down and we are making a contribution, that does lead to demands about saying, well, actually, is there a broader remit that thinking about the public finances within all of the devolved area? And you're right, so things like local government, we don't have a role in there. There is no fiscal framework for local government. You're right, council tax is out our remit because it's a local tax, but it clearly matters a lot to people. It's clearly important. It's part of the whole budget process. We don't have that. Similar around things, well, building on the conversation there about we only engage on Scottish Government propositions. We don't engage on broader propositions that come in Parliament. That starts to stray much more into if people are happy with the institution, what's the long-term
and that's despite the fact that a lot of what local government does, whether it's levels of tax setting that get interfered with by central government, whether it's about the nature of their services that are often defined by central government, these are effectively a great many of the consequences are decisions of the Scottish Government, even though they play out at a local level.
Yeah, very much so. And we can do some things as part of our expending work to basically look at the kind of evolution of specific grants, for example, to local government. But in terms of the big general revenue grant that flows through, how that operates, how that's then allocated, that's not something which is in our remit at all.
So if there was to be a view, either by the Scottish Government or by a future Parliament, that should change and that the function should be broadened, that's something that the Commission would be able to take on?
Yeah, I mean ultimately, the Commission will do what it's instructed to do and what the Act will set out for that. Clearly, there would then be obviously resource requests. We have to be thinking carefully about how that would be operationalised. So we have coming back to the point, we have a protocol with the Scottish Government about when we get data, the provision of all of that. If you start to move into a much broader area, such as local government or engagement on broader policy issues, then you'd want to be careful, and Parliament would want to be really careful about, in addition, what's the resource you need to be able to do that, but then what are the rules and processes that underpin that?
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, that's a very important point. I mean, obviously, you need the resources to be able to do that. I don't have any further questions. Is there anything further you would like to say to the committee?
No, I mean, just to add, I guess, I think I've said this before, but just thanks to the committee, both in terms of, I think the scrutiny we get, makes us better as how we perform as an organisation, but also the general support in terms of helping to promote our work and push that. I know some commissioners helped us explicitly on our recruitment for our 2 new commissioners, which was really welcome, and that really helped us get a kind of broad pool, which has been really positive for us.
Okay, well, thank you very much, and I hope that John enjoys his 1 day a week retirement. So thank you. No doubt we'll see you again before too long. So thank you very much. I'm just going to call a 2-3 minute break, basically, for a change of witnesses. Thank you. memorandum, LCM S671. For this session, we are joined by Ivan McKee, MSP, Minister for Public Finance, and the following Scottish Government officials: Melon Kemp, Head of Income Tax and Tax Strategy; Laura Wilkinson, lawyer. I'd like to welcome our witnesses to the meeting. Good afternoon. Before we move to questions, I invite the Minister to make a short opening statement. Minister.
And good afternoon. First, I'd like to thank the committee for arranging this session at short notice and with an already busy schedule of business to get through in the run-up to the pre-election period. The measures we are discussing today are contained in the UK Government's Finance No. 2 Bill. Finance bills are subject to an expedited timetable compared to other legislation, which has not given us much time to arrange for the consideration of the LCM. During her budget statement on 26 November last year, the Chancellor announced her intention to increase the amount of income tax due on income from property for taxpayers in England. From April 27, the UK Government intends to separate out income from property from other types of income and increase the amount of income tax due by 2 percentage points. This was one of the few budget measures that wasn't leaked in advance, and there had been no prior consultation with the Scottish or Welsh governments. But on budget day, we were informed that the plan was to offer the Scottish and Welsh governments an equivalent flexibility. Both Scottish and UK governments agree that it's appropriate for the Scottish Parliament to give legislative consent to this measure, which amends the income tax rules contained in the Scotland Act, and that is why we're here today. Property income is defined in income tax legislation as income from rent or other receipts from estates and any interest or rights in or over land in the United Kingdom. It's already subject to Scottish income tax as a subcategory of non-savings, non-dividend income. So the proposed change does not affect the overall Scottish income tax base. Rather, the proposal is to give Scotland a similar flexibility to the one being taken in England from April 27. Under the proposals, whatever the Scottish rates and bands of income tax are in place would continue to apply to income from property, but when making a Scottish rates resolution, Scottish ministers would be able to include separate rates of income tax for income from property for Scottish taxpayers. It's worth noting that if the UK Government proceed as planned and increase income tax on property income from April 2027, this will have a detrimental impact on the Scottish budget. HMRC calculations suggest that these changes would mean an increase to the block grant adjustment of around £42 million in 2027-28 and around £31 million subsequently. This would mean an overall worsening of the income tax net position. Therefore, there will be a financial pressure on a future Scottish Government to use this power to offset that impact. Further work is needed, but our initial analysis suggests that if Scotland were to follow suit and increase Scottish rates by 2 percentage points, this could raise up to £32.5 million in 2027-28. This would see the net position worsen in that year by about £10 million. With that in mind, any part of any future discussion on the fiscal framework, we will make the point strongly that there should be no detriment to the Scottish budget as a result of the UK Government's decision to change income tax in this way. The decision of the UK Government to increase rates in England will result in the block grant adjustment, whether or not we consent to the additional flexibility. So my view is it's better that we have this flexibility than not. I do not come here today with a proposal for how this power should be used. That is for a future government to decide, but I do recommend that we agree to the additional flexibility. Finally, I should note that there will be keen stakeholder interest in how a future Scottish Government uses this power, and I would expect there to be proper engagement and thorough consideration of the wider interactions and impacts before any decision is taken. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. I mean, you said this is an unanticipated announcement of the budget with no prior consultation or advance notice with the Scottish Government, so that's another example of Scotland being at the heart of the Labour Government. Now, the information we have in terms of figures is somewhat different from yours. So we are told that the UK rate increase is estimated to result in a block grant adjustment of £25 million, but I didn't hear that figure in your initial comments. I heard figures of 32.5 million, 42 million, etc. So I'm just wondering, Melon seems to want to come into...
Yeah, Melon. Just on that point, so I drafted the LCM that you've got before you, and I think that 25 million is in that document, so that was where you've seen that. That was based on an initial estimate provided to us from HMRC. The figures the Minister's given you are based on updated estimates from HMRC. So the 25 is out of date now. It's 42.
So the block grant adjustment is actually even higher than...
The 25 is their initial stab at it, but they've revised that.
So the Scottish Government would be given this flexibility it doesn't currently have, but it's not really much in terms of flexibility, and gets a kind of gun to the head a wee bit. Would that be correct in saying that?
Well, the position is clear. There is an issue to understand more deeply why it's 42 million in the first year and then drops to 31 million in subsequent years. We think that's to do with the way that the self-assessment works and the timing issues on that, but we're engaging with HMRC to take more detail on that. But in principle, yeah, you're correct. Once it's settled down, the two numbers are broadly similar in terms of our estimation and HMRC's estimation. And if we choose not to raise similarly, then it effectively costs us in terms of revenue to Scottish Government.
Okay, thank you. Craig, to follow by John.
Thanks, Convener. I know, Minister, you don't want to talk about how the power might be used in future, but obviously I think one of the issues that will arise will be the relative difference in the tax base, i.e. the number of buy-to-let properties north and south of the border, presumably, because it has the capacity to raise more in England if there is a bigger buy-to-let sector. Would it not therefore be prudent for the Government to be working probably quite quickly in respect of this to try and make sure that we encourage people into the Scottish buy-to-let market, given that there is going to be a budget exposure off the back of this if we have a relatively smaller private rented sector and therefore private rental income in Scotland relative to the rest of the UK?
Well, the way it works is there is a strain. There's something that needs to be clarified on that first year, 27-28. But the way this works, as it works in other taxes, is at the point where the tax is devolved, the calculation on how much of that has been raised in Scotland is what constitutes the BG adjustment. Therefore, we start from the position of where we are, not from the position of where we are relative to the rest of the UK, if that calculation is done correctly. So that needs to be worked through. And as you've seen on other taxes, that's why we have the first year of settling in process, so that we get more accurate data on that to set the baseline for the BGA. So it wouldn't actually affect that in terms of our percentage of the total UK rental market. It would potentially have an impact in terms of there were differential growth rates going forward in relation to that market. But I accept the point you're making. But again, that's something for a future government to consider. Yeah.
Thank you, John.
Thanks, Convener. Yeah, just one question, I think. I mean, I like this word flexibility. Other people might say it equals risk. And just last week we had Professor Heald giving evidence, and he was making the point that every time we take on a new power, and broadly speaking, I support that, I want us to do that, but we are increasing the risk, and then there's not an equivalent increase in the borrowing powers we have or that kind of thing to cover that risk. Now, I accept this is absolutely tiny in the scheme of things, and so I'm not worried about this particular one. But I just wonder what your thinking is that as we take on aggregates tax, maybe air passenger duty, and so on and so forth, is the UK government understanding that? Are you putting the argument to UK government that the fiscal framework has to change?
Yeah, I think you've got a valid point there. I mean, clearly, as you said, this isn't a big number in the scheme of things, but conversations on the fiscal framework are ongoing with regard to specifics with regards to this, but also more broadly in terms of increased borrowing powers, which you're right to, as you increase that flexibility, you do increase the risk by the nature of it, and the whole point of the borrowing flexibilities are to allow you to be able to cushion against that risk. So that's
because even though this is one little thing, it just seems to be like part of a longer term trend. Okay. Thanks, Convener.
Patrick.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Can I just be clear that I understand the level of flexibility that's being offered to Scotland in this regard? A Scottish Government in future would have the option either if it was so minded to charge rental profits at a lower rate of income tax, or at a higher rate of income tax than presently, higher or lower than elsewhere in the UK, higher or lower than other forms of income. Is that correct? I'm
going to defer to officials in a minute. My understanding is that that is indeed the case, but clearly, I suppose, and I'll ask officials to clarify this, there would be a scenario, I suppose, where you could say that we could actually charge a lower rate of income tax on income from property than we do from other income, which would be an interesting scenario. And in terms of the increase...
Not a position you'd expect them to support, but the flexibility...
No, in terms of, yeah, so in terms of that, so in theory it could go to the 2%, in theory it could go to 0, in theory it could go negative, I think, but I'll ask officials to clarify that, or it could increase above that 2% is my understanding. I don't think there are any limits on that, but Merlin can clarify.
Yeah, so you're right. Yeah, so we can't set different bands and thresholds to the ones that apply to the rest of income tax in Scotland. So whatever the income tax bands and thresholds that currently apply would just continue to apply. But each one of those could be set separately for property income. So you could vary it, 2% more, 2% less, or you could do combinations of bits and pieces. So if you wanted to, continue the progressive approach that we've got, where at the lower end we tax less and the higher end we tax more, you could do that as well. So there's quite a lot of flexibility there, but it has to apply to the existing bands.
So a person, for example, with a good level of income from employment, but not enough to reach the additional rate of tax, for example, but who also has enough property income that their total income would reach that.
Yeah.
A future Scottish Government would have the ability either simply to say that's all income and will be taken together and you'll pay the additional rate on your income, or they would be able to say we think property income should be taxed at a higher rate, and we would have a system that makes that distinction.
Yes, but just to be clear, the HMRC still set the rules for the way in which tax is assessed. So when you submit your self-assessment return, there's an order in which income is taken into account. And so, for example, income from employment is set against the personal allowance first. So the kind of hierarchy of taxes that are set by the UK government continue to apply. Oh, right. So your earned income would be the thing that would be considered first, and then your property income would kind of top up following from that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Michelle?
Yeah. It's just a slightly technical question that arguably follows on from that, and I appreciate that you've not a chance to think yet about how it'll affect investment or supply or rents, and you'll have to look at that. But there's another consideration as well following on from that for private landlords who were subjected to Section 24 of the 2015 Finance Bill, i.e. all rent is assumed to be income and any mortgages are not netted off, or rather just 20% of any mortgages. That is going to skew the issue even further, and therefore my question is, well, could they potentially be paying the additional rate which is deemed to be an all income, even though it's not actually all income, if that makes sense? Or have you had chance to consider that yet? Because that could have, quite depending on the level of gearing, it could have quite a big impact. In other words, people could actually be put in a completely loss-making position where it's deemed to be all income and it's not at all. But that obviously then is going to lead to exit in the market and impact on wider housing supply.
Right, OK, let's start with that. I'm going to let Merlin come in a minute, but
it is a bit technical.
But when you say all of that is income, surely you would net off the expenses.
No, but that's the whole point. You can only net off 20% because of this Section 24 in 2015. Yeah. So, for the sake of argument, if you've got rent of 100 quid and you've got a mortgage of 80 quid, you're judged by HMRC to have income of £100. If the tax then goes up on that, but of course the net position after you've taken off any expenses is not that at all. Therefore, if there's a tax increase of £2, it's going to have a really, really skewed potential impact if they're geared quite highly.
Should I come in?
We have to decide on this,
Yeah, there is that point, and also, to be honest with you, we haven't worked all that through because it's for a future government. But it's probably worth making the point that at the same time, the UK government are going to change the kind of finance cost relief to 22% to match their plans to increase property income tax for the basic rate from 20 to 22. So there are interactions between those decisions taken by UK government and what we do in Scotland with our...
Yeah, and arguably that complexity, which my colleague John has talked about, to action for you to work out what will you actually get, because obviously there's behavioural impacts which are going to take a bit of working through as well. Yeah. Anyway, thanks, Convener.
No, not at all, thank you. Any other members? No. Okay, so are members content for the clerk to draft a report recommending that the legislative consent motion is approved by the Chamber? All members are agreed, and that was the last item on our agenda. I'd like to close the meeting, but before I do, I just want to thank all members for their contribution this morning. It's been a 4-hour shift, so we've got another 8 hours plus in the Chamber this afternoon, so appreciate everyone's contributions. Thank you, and thank you, Minister.